glad to have you all here this morning. Today's conference, we have today and tomorrow for the conference. You have your little agendas on you, so you can follow the topics. I would like first to welcome the President of Belgrade Metropolitan University, Professor Dragan Domazet, to welcome you today to the conference.
Welcome to everybody, but especially to State Secretary, Professor Trajanovic, our invited speakers that will present their presentation after this initial welcome address and opening that Professor Trajanovic will do. And then we'll have, I hope, very fruitful conference. This conference is not the beginning, it's the 15th already on e-learning. This is designed to be a small but good conference, similar as we designed to have university, small and good. It's not very wise decision to have such things because the quantity makes profits, but we are not profit-oriented. We like profit, of course, but we spend all profit practically investing to infrastructure. We have our building in Niš, and we have this space as well, and other spaces we are growing. We doubled the number of professors last 2 years. So we are growing in a sense, and we also signed an agreement with the largest private university in Russia, Synergia, and I welcome Rector and Vice Rector and Miloš, who is the representative here, and we are glad that we'll start very soon this joint program on graphic design, on software engineering, and digital business and marketing. So we are going more and more internationalization. So this is just a continuation in the education area. Regarding in area of research and Erasmus projects, we have had many projects as well, so we are glad that we'll continue that. So I will not go much in detail. I hope you will enjoy your stay and that you will also continue to come to our conference. This conference is also recorded and broadcasted to other professors because we have professors in Niš, we have professors in other towns. So this is not all the participants, more participants are online at the moment. So I also give regards to all of them. Thank you very much and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Professor Domazet. And we are really honored to have Professor Trajanovic as Secretary of State from the Ministry of Science, Technological Development and Innovations to officially open this year's conference. Professor Trajanovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, I see many, and friends, of course. It is a great honor to stand before you today as we open the 15th International Conference on E-Learning. On behalf of Ministry of Science, Technological Development and Innovation, and of course, in behalf of Minister Dr. Jelena Begovic, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all participants, whether you have traveled from near or far, to join us here in Belgrade. This conference, hosted by Belgrade Metropolitan University, comes at a pivotal moment in education. The rapid evolution of technology particularly the rise of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and big data, continues to shape not only how we teach, but how we learn. And it is with this dynamic context that your participation, research, and innovations take a profound significance. We are all witnesses the increasingly frequent emergence of disruptive technologies, such as machine learning, blockchain, autonomous vehicle, or 3D printing. Professionals who do not embrace such a new technology became technological dinosaurs. The only way for these professionals to stay on the top of technological wave throughout their working lives is the lifelong learning, which is the best realized using a learning approach. The Metropolitan University was the first in Serbia to recognize the importance of e-learning, and from the beginning offered its programs in classic and e-learning formats. This is why the conference is being held here today. Today, as we gather to exchange ideas, discuss challenges, and celebrate breakthrough, we reaffirm our collective commitment to harnessing technology for educational advancement. And of course, it is not secret that the e-learning landscape is transforming rapidly. Concepts that were once distant possibilities, like personalized learning, AI-driven tutoring, and immersive virtual experience, are now becoming a reality. In this two-day event, we have an immersive lineup of experts from all over the world, representing the very best in educational research and technological innovation. We will hear from the leaders on topics such as AI in education, ethics of explainable AI, and innovative strategies to leverage learning analytics. This discussion will not only shape our understanding, but will also pave the way for future educational practices. I encourage each of you to actively engage with the panels, discussions, and roundtables. There is a wealth of knowledge here in this room, and connection we make during this conference will undoubtedly serve as foundation for collaboration and progress in the years ahead. In closing, let me not forget that education at its core is about empowerment. Through technology, we are opening doors to a more inclusive, flexible, and personalized learning environment for all. Together, let us seize this opportunity to innovate and inspire, making learning more accessible and effective for every student, no matter where they are in the world. Thank you, and I wish you all productive and inspiring conference.
Thank you, Professor Draganovic, for the really nice words, and both for the university and our conference. Since we are officially open this year's conference, we can start with our first talk today. Our first keynote is Professor Jelena Jovanovic. Jelena is a professor at the Department of Software Engineering, University of Belgrade. She's also an adjunct professor in the Center for Science of Learning and Technology at the University of Bergen, Norway, and adjunct professor in the Center for Learning Analytics at Monash University, Australia. Her current research focus is on the use of computational approaches, including statistical and machine learning methods and techniques, network analysis, and text analytics towards better understanding and supporting learning, primarily self-regulated learning in higher education settings. She has extensive experience in working with log data from a variety of learning platforms and tools, and using such data for identifying behavioral patterns indicative of learners' strategies. She has published numerous papers in high-ranked international peer-reviewed journals and conferences. Currently, she serves as advisor to the editor-in-chief of IEEE Transactions of Learning Technologies and editorial board member of Journal of Learning Analytics, Journal of Educational Data Mining, and Computers in Education Artificial Intelligence. Professor Jovanovic's keynote speech is titled Deciphering Learning Traces, Insights, Challenges, and Innovations in Learning Log Analytics. So we welcome Professor Jovanovic to the floor.
Okay, so hello everyone, and first let me say thank you Miroslava and the whole Metropolitan University for inviting me to this keynote. I'm highly honored and very happy to be here with all of you today. And yeah, let's see what I have to share with you regarding the analytics of learning logs. So, regarding my talk, I have generally conceptualized it in this way. Since I was not fully sure, how familiar all of you would be with learning analytics and learning logs, I thought it might be better just to start with a very quick introduction, so that we are all on the same page for this second and let's say and third, which are the main parts of the talk, where I want to familiarize you with the current practices regarding analytics of learning logs and what are the challenges. Actually, I'm going to focus most on the challenges. And then in the third way, I'm going to, let's say, point out some ways forward, so how we can address those challenges that I'm going to present first. Okay, but let's start just very quickly with the learning analytics. This is, let's say, the official definition of learning analytics, which is defined by SOLAR, Society for Learning Analytics Research. And I'm not going to go into details because this is a quite complex definition, but what I want to focus are particularly these two things. What is the purpose? What are, let's say, the overarching objectives of learning analytics? And it is first to understand learning and then to optimize learning and the environments in which it occurs. And just pointing out that this optimization, it should not be considered as automated, something happening automatically, and learning is optimized, fully personalized, and things like that. I mean, that's something that is in the focus of artificial intelligence education. But in learning analytics, it's a bit different. In learning analytics, the focus is, as it said, human in the center, meaning that everything starts from a human, from teachers, from students, course coordinators, and so on, recognizing their needs and things like that, and then doing analytics, and then coming back with insights from analytics back to humans, so back to teachers, students, instructional designers, and so on, to provide them with insights obtained to analytics and let them, humans, make the decisions. So it's a kind of thing that a bit distinguishes learning analytics from artificial intelligence education and related fields. And how learning analytics does that? Well, through measurement, collection, analysis, and then communication of this data, and then analytics back to end users. And end users, as I said, learners, teachers predominantly. And actually, I'm going to focus on data here as a kind of a key component of any learning analytics process. And various kinds of data have been used in learning analytics. And more different kinds of data are, let's say, introduced both in research and practice. But the kind of data that has always been the most dominant and remains to be the most dominant is something that we refer to as learning traces or learning logs or trace data, log data. You will hear people learning analytics using all these different terms actually to refer to the same kind of thing, and it is this digital data that is collected, as we would say, a byproduct of learning, or let's say, better say, learners' interactions with various kinds of digital systems and tools that are used in the learning process. And this kind of data is collected in a completely unobtrusive way, which means that there is no additional burden, no additional effort on the part of teachers, learners, for this data to be collected, which is very different from, let's say, the traditional way that data was collected in educational research. Through surveys, think aloud protocols, interviews, everything, let's say, putting additional burden on those involved in the learning process. And this actually ability to collect data in an easy way and large quantities of data, and at the same time, huge development of advanced statistical methods and techniques, machine learning, and so on, actually gave impetus to the development of learning analytics. And learning logs have been used in learning analytics for many different ways. I have put here just some of, let's say, most typical ones. Doing predictive analytics, like building predictive models so whether students are going to drop out of a course or a study program, or studying learning behavior in terms of identifying patterns in logs, or let's say in collected data about learning behavior, in order to identify some patterns that will be reflective of the adopted techniques, strategies, and in general some different phases of the learning process. And again, related to that is learner profiling, in the sense of identifying now, let's say, groups of learners that have this shared, let's say, approach to learning in terms of using similar combinations of learning techniques or strategies, or in any other way, let's say, showing different, let's say not different, but the same approaches to learning tasks. And yeah, this is just a subset, as I said, of various ways that learning logs have been used. But this talk is not focused on giving you an overview of these various ways that logs have been used and the kinds of insights that have been obtained through those studies. Instead, what I want to focus on here are the challenges that have been, let's say, researchers came across when working with these log data. And challenges that probably, I will say, explain later on why I think so, have impact on the findings that we are getting from our analysis and, let's say, the overall recommendations that we can then give. And one would ask, why I'm focusing this talk on learning logs. Nowadays everyone is talking about artificial intelligence, Gen AI. Everyone is in learning analytics. Everyone is talking about multimodal learning analytics, which means using data from multiple sources, combining data, and coming up with some insights from that. And that's fully well and fine. I fully support these are really the things that we should focus on and we should research. But in order to be able to study those things, I think that we need some, let's say, to resolve some challenges and problems that we have at the more foundational levels. And as I'll try to present in the, let's say, following 15 minutes or so, that we really still have challenges at the level of learning logs, which are far more simplistic than using data from multiple sources and combining them and things like that. And if we want to combine the data, we first have to resolve these things that are, let's say, still challenging for us at this simple level of just logs. In addition, if we want to properly understand how learners interact with the generative AI and Gen AI-based tools, we are going to collect some data, log data about their interactions with those tools, and then do analysis of the collected data and come up with some conclusions. But if those analyses are not based on the sound foundations, it's questionable what our conclusions are going to be. Another reason why I want to talk about this is that this is really rarely discussed topic in research papers. I mean, it would be, the things that I'm going to talk about would be just very barely mentioned in any research paper, in one or two sentences, let's say in the methodology section, but not more than that. And I'll try to explain why I think this needs to be discussed more. And in summary, I mean, each decision when we are working with log data, we first have to somehow prepare that data for, you know, sophisticated statistical or machine learning algorithms. And for all of those of you who have worked with log data or any kind of data in order to use it for further analysis, you know that there's so many decisions that we have to make when you know, preparing the data for analysis. And each of these decisions individually and all of them collectively actually make an impact on the overall result, the overall findings that we are getting from our analysis. These findings, I mean, this effect is poorly understood. I mean, at least I'm not aware, at least in the domain of learning analytics, that we have studied how all these decisions that we are making are actually, while preparing the data, while doing the analysis, while interpreting the results, how that's actually having an effect on the overall findings and conclusions we're coming with. It's definitely something that is worth thorough research, but we'll see. So now to try to demystify what I mean by these challenges and why I find them important to discuss and consider. Okay, when I was thinking about, you know, how to best present these challenges, I actually realized that the kinds of challenges that we face with log data actually depend to a large extent on the source of this log data. In particular, what I mean here is whether the data is coming from custom-built learning platforms and tools, or is it coming from an off-the-shelf, you know, general-purpose learning platform and tools such as Moodle, Canvas, or something like that. Of course, in the former case, we have quite a lot of control over what kind of data is collected, how the data is represented and stored. Whereas in the second case, we have very little or sometimes even no control over what data is collected and how it's represented, stored, and things like that. And of course, the former situation is far more beneficial for doing any kind of analytics, whereas the second one is far more typical. And I'm going to actually present two examples from some previous studies that we did. Each example coming from one of these two situations that I just presented. And just to say that for each of these two examples, I'm just going to give you an overall idea what the study was about, what was the context of the study, what kind of data we had at our disposal. And I'm not going to go into the results and findings and things like that, since that's not the focus of the talk. I mean, all the studies and everything that I'm mentioning is we have references which are listed at the end of the slides, and of course I'm going to share the slides. So you can take a look or we can discuss later on. But for this talk, I would just like to focus on the things that are relevant for the challenges that I want to discuss. So this first study, it was, let's say, a study in the context of self-regulated learning. And we wanted actually to use log data in order to, let's say, try to identify patterns that would be reflective of the adopted learning techniques and strategies. And then we wanted to examine if in this particular course we can actually establish a connection between the identified learning strategies and the student's course performance, as it should be according to the theory, and also to examine association with the availability of personalized feedback. Again, something that should be the case according to the theory. The study was, I mean, the context of the study was a first-year undergraduate engineering course with field classroom design, meaning that a portion of the data, I mean, we had a portion of the data coming from these digital tools the students were interacting with when, you know, preparing for their face-to-face sessions with the teacher. So we didn't have a complete insight into their learning behavior. That, let's say, face-to-face part was not covered, but the online part we did. So we have this log data. We also have students' grades. since we, as I said, wanted to examine this association with their course performance, and the data was from 3 consecutive offerings of the course. As for the data itself, log data, which I'm, let's say, focusing on, it was really, the data came from a custom-built LMS, and let's say, the instructor, who was also our fellow researcher, Abelardo Pardo, he was the one who was actually defining how this data is going to be collected and integrated that into the system. So we had really good situation of having well-designed and let's say, represented log data, which was also well documented. But this is really a very unusual situation. Later on, I'm going to come to more usual one. Okay, coming to the challenges. So just to be able to explain why this was a challenge, let me say that we wanted, as I said, to try to identify patterns that would be reflective of techniques and strategies. And according to the theory, learning technique is a particular set of cognitive routines that learners adopt when working on a particular learning task. And learning tasks are typically associated with one learning session. So our assumption was that we will be able to identify learning techniques as patterns at the level of study sessions. But we actually didn't have study sessions. What we had is, for each student, we have, let's say, time-stamped actions, learning actions, and we could create a sequence of those actions for each student. But we didn't know where one learning session started and the next ended and the next one started, because there's no such kind of event captured, which is a rather typical situation. So we actually needed to split this quite long sequence of actions into those study sessions. In order to do what we want to do is a kind of some sequence mining, that is, sequence analysis and then clustering. And how this is typically done? Well, it's typically done by, computing time distance between any 2 consecutive actions. Like in this case, it would be 2 minutes and 1 second, and then see if this time distance is above certain threshold. And if it is, then we would say that this action is the end of the previous session, and this action is the beginning of the next one. But then you're in the problem of not knowing what is this threshold. So what is this kind of significant time distance that we would say represents the end of one and beginning of the next session. And some researchers would use some predefined time period by knowing, let's say, the learning context where the data originates from. Let's say 15 minutes, or 20 minutes, or 30 minutes. But then it's very difficult to say, does this apply to the same number for all the learners in all situations? And can we really say, just based on knowing the learning context, what is the expected time distance? And then what we did is, in this study and subsequent studies, was to compute the distribution of this time distance within the overall cohort, and then take a value that is quite high, let's say 95th or 99th percentile of this time distance, say, okay, this is really a long time period, unusually long time period for this time distance, and if it is above this threshold, then we are going to split it. But then you're in the problem because I'm going to take 95th percentile or 99th, or should I compute this distribution at the level of the overall cohort, or should I compute it at the level of each individual student? And there is no answer to that question. There is no correct answer to that question, because no one knows how you should do that. And any of the decisions that you make, it can have an impact on your later on results. And we are, as I said, still not fully aware of that impact. We typically use 95th percentile, but it's again, a kind of a hit and miss. Then, after you have dealt with this problem, then you come to the next one. After you have computed this time distance, you have realized, which was my case very often, that there are many, let's say, situations when learning action actually lasts less than a second or less than 2 seconds. And then you start asking yourself, is it really a meaningful action that lasts just below a second? Or is it just student clicking somewhere, and you have actually a noise in the data, not a signal? And then you decide, okay, I'm going to remove these instantaneous events because they do not represent meaningful learning actions. But then again, you are in the problem of, am I going to remove those that are below 1 second, or those that are below 2 seconds, or 3, or what is the meaningful in this case? And okay, we finally, let's say, we managed to somehow deal with those challenges and some additional ones that I'm going to mention. And we did a clustering. We identified some clusters in the log data. And thanks to some, let's say, good visualization toolkits that are available in R and other programming languages, we can visually represent these, let's say, patterns that we have identified in the data. And then, if we are lucky to have, let's say, instructor who could be available for us to, go through this, and this instructor is also a fellow researcher, as we had in this particular study, then we are happy. We can, easily interpret this, and at least, hopefully, say, considering the learning context, we can, let's say, associate each of these patterns with some particular learning technique that the student used. But, when studying self-regulated learning, it's not sufficient to see how learners behave. We also need to understand those internally, let's say, elements, so motivation, affective states, and things like that, in terms of how learners make decisions regarding using one strategy over the other, or switching from one technique to the next. And this is something that they call the why question. So we have here answer to the what question, so what learners did, and we are missing the why question. And this is, of course, something that we cannot do with the log data only, and I'm going to talk about later on how we can complement this analysis with something more to answer also the why question. And I mentioned that, I mentioned here that, okay, we were lucky that we had instructor who is also learning analytics researcher to, understand this, but, to a regular teacher, to a regular course instructor, these plots would not be very helpful for interpretation. So, in the next study, our idea was to try to, let's say, identify what we refer to as explainable patterns of learning behavior. Explainable in the sense that the features that we use for identifying those patterns can be communicated back to teachers, so that this information that we communicate can be meaningful, can be something that the teacher can act upon. And in this case, we had data from an off-the-shelf LMS, so from Moodle specifically. So as I said, the idea was to identify these explainable patterns by, defining a high number. Let's say we actually ended up with a large number of features that we thought could be later on communicated back to teachers. How successful that is, it proved that, we were partially there. We can talk about that later on. And we also wanted to, let's say, be able to compute them not at the end of the course, as it was the case with the previous study that I presented. It was useful just for us as researchers, but to compute it early in the course, let's say already after the 3rd or 4th week of the course, and then after each successive week, so that we can provide this feedback to teachers in regular time intervals. The context, again, was a first-year undergraduate course. In this case, it was information systems, and it was a fully online course. So in this case, we had data about the overall learning behavior of students, at least what they found in the learning platform. As I said, the data originated from Moodle, and it was just really not in any way customized installation of Moodle, instance of Moodle. It was just a regular one. We had no, let's say, documentation, nothing. The only thing that we could find was, official Moodle documentation that we found by searching on Google and things like that. We even didn't have access to the instructor, because the instructor who taught this course actually moved to another institution. and we could just have an occasional contact with him, but it was really minimal. So completely different situation in terms of this, let's say, interpretation of working with logs. So what were the challenges here? I mean, all the challenges that I mentioned previously, splitting event sequence into sessions, since again we wanted to identify those learning techniques, as we wanted to compute some features based on those techniques. Again, dealing with almost instantaneous events, interpretation of profiles, again for those learning techniques. And then in addition, since I said we really had no documentation about this, let's say, database, we actually had to struggle in order to where the data is, how to connect the tables and things like that. In addition, something that is very typical, again, when working with these off-the-shelf learning platforms, is that you're not actually collecting, I mean, the data that is collected is not, there are no meaningful learning actions, as we had in that first study that I mentioned. You just have events, learning events, that are really low level. And as in the previous study, we had, for example, learning action could be summative assessment, let's say exercise done correctly, or formative quiz done incorrectly, or watching a video and things like that. Here it was just said resource viewed, forum access, and things like that. So really not a learning action. So what we needed to do is we needed to map these, let's say, low-level learning events into meaningful actions. And how we did this in this particular study? Well, it was really, I would say, primitive way, in the sense that we, pull out all those 44 different types of learning actions. We computed their, frequency. We made notes about the typical, let's say, combinations of those learning actions those learning events that we observe in the data and things like that. And we defined a mapping. This is a, let's say, snapshot from a Google Doc where we, go back and forth and, brainstormed about, how we are going to interpret this, to do this mapping. Again, a lot of uncertainties, even though we tried our best to do it properly, but you're never fully sure. For a more better approach is what John Saint and colleagues suggested in TRACE SRL. SRL stands for Self-Regulated Learning framework, where they said, okay, when we are in this kind of situation, we are going to start from a theory in this case of self-regulated learning, and we are going to identify learning processes as defined in theory at different levels of macro level, meso level, micro level. And when we reach these micro level processes, we are going to map them to sequences of learning action, let's say, events that we observe in the log data. And what they refer to this mapping is a kind of library of, let's say, micro-level learning processes mapped to these sequences of learning events. And then when you do analysis, you're doing analysis with those micro-level processes that are, theoretically grounded, and you have a far more, let's say, far better ability to interpret your results later on, because everything is in terms of learning processes and everything is theoretically grounded. But the problem here is that this is a really tedious task. I mean, there is a lot of time and effort that needs to be involved, that is involved in creating this mapping. And again, you're not fully sure about, whether it was done properly or not. So just a quick recap of the challenges that I mentioned: figuring out where the data is, splitting learning event sequences into sessions, dealing with almost instantaneous events, mapping low-level events to meaningful learning actions and processes, and interpretation of patterns identified in logs. And I have just two additional ones. For the sake of time, I didn't want to include additional studies. So just very quickly, temporal alignment of event sequences coming from disparate sources. This is something that is very typical for multimodal learning analytics, but is also present when working with logs just. And this particular problem that I'm mentioning here is coming from a work of PhD student that I've been collaborating with. He was collecting, let's say, log data from Moodle, from learners' interaction with with Moodle, and also collecting log data from a video player embedded in Moodle. And for some reason, the two were not synchronized in terms of time. So the timestamps obtained, coming from these two different sources, could not be, were not synchronized, and therefore the data could not be aligned at the temporal level. And that was, let's say, a big problem for him. Another thing is handling the so-called outliers. These outliers, as I put them in quotation marks, they should not be considered like that. These are simply situations when you have individuals, like students, or groups of students, or in our case, teachers, who just behave very differently than the others. And therefore, their data comes, is very different in terms of all the features that you compute from the majority of the data that you have. And then there appear as outliers in your data. We had a very, let's say, extreme situation of this in a very recent study. It's currently under review. We actually studied the behavior of teachers, collaborative behavior of teachers who were working using an online platform collaborating on learning designs. So working together to develop learning designs. And we wanted to study, to identify patterns in their collaborative behavior. And we started from a theory. We identified several features that should be, indicative of some important elements of their collaboration and so on. But for all those features, almost above 50% of them, we had such a, skewed distributions and, large number of outliers that we couldn't do anything. So why? Well, they simply collaborate in different ways than the others. And this is not a problem, of them. It is a problem of our typical approach to analysis, which is a cohort level analysis. And I'll talk about that now. Okay, I want to say a bit later, but actually now we're coming to these ways forward. I'm going in time. Okay, how we can address these different challenges? I'm going now to point out some things, some potential approaches. And these are not completely new things. These are things that people are already working on, but are still in a very, let's say, early phase. So one thing is definitely multimodal data and complementing log data with data from additional sources. There have been already several studies in learning analytics and multimodal learning analytics that have demonstrated the benefits of combining data from multiple sources. For example, I mentioned that trace SRL framework and that mapping of low-level events into learning processes, and the uncertainty of those researchers who did that, regarding how good they did this mapping. And in a subsequent study that was led by HFN, they actually introduced additional source of data, so think aloud protocol, so asking students to think aloud about their tasks, the learning tasks that they're working on. So they combined this data coming from logs with data coming from think aloud protocols in order to verify their mappings. There are more and more studies related to that are focusing on this multimodal aspect. But we again have to be aware that this is opening additional challenges. Studies so far have mostly been done in control settings, typically in laboratory settings. But we are now coming in a situation where more and more devices are becoming affordable that can be used, to collect data in natural settings, in authentic learning settings. And some researchers have already, tried to use this, collecting data and integrating data from multiple sources in authentic learning settings. And they have written long papers, I have referenced here, long papers about the challenges, additional challenges they face there. Of course, I'm not saying that, their challenges do not go there. I just say that we have to be aware that, closing one challenge, we are opening additional ones. Of course, you know that. It's always like that in research. Another thing also related to this mapping of low-level events to something more meaningful is maybe we actually can, do not even need to do this mapping if we think ahead when designing our courses and when choosing and, let's say, equipping the tools that we are using for learning different kinds of learning tasks. So if we already, let's say, instrument those tools to collect the data that we need for the analysis, then we would actually do not need to go into that laborious task of mapping things. The data that is typically collected by learning management systems and similar platforms and tools is data for software engineers and system administrators. To be sure that the system is functioning, and to know how to react if the system is not functioning. The data was not designed to be used by learning analytics researchers and educational researchers. But well, we can maybe do something there, and even especially situations when we are in control of the kinds of tools that are used, and collect the data, add some additional components that collect the kinds of data that we actually need. Another thing that I also want to point out is related to that why question. I said that through analysis of learning logs and things like that, we typically are able to answer the what question, what learners did, how they acted, what kind of techniques and strategies they use, but we do not know why they choose certain techniques and strategies, why they act in a certain way. So how to do that? The only way, at least so far, is to ask the learners directly, but not through regular, typical ways it's done. Before the course survey, after the course survey, that does not tell us anything. So what some researchers have started doing is actually collecting data in real time and collecting data in a longitudinal manner, and that is really the only way to be able, at least at the current stage, to answer this why question. I say the current stage, maybe through some advances in sensors and so on, we would be able to do that completely unobtrusively, but we'll see. So one option is to have, let's say, simple tools that are integrated into learning platforms. So when learner can use to just very simply, after completing a learning task, just very simply by clicking somewhere, say, okay, this was easy, or this was difficult, or this was useful for me, or not useful, and things like that. And we have done some, simple analysis of those kinds of tools. Also, there are, let's say, protocols for data collection coming from related, let's say, fields of educational psychology and psychology in general, such as ecological momentary assessment. That is something that some people here, I know, have done excellent work on, and probably will tell us a bit later on more. And finally, related to this longitudinal data collection, and also related to that, let's say, challenge of handling outliers. I mean, as I said, those are not outliers, they're simply human beings who are behaving in their own idiosyncratic way. So complementing cohort level analysis with individual level analysis, again, something that has started happening in learning analytics. And yeah, I'm happy that you have here both Sonsoles and Mohammed who are able to tell us much more, because they have done some excellent work on self-regulated learning in this geographic way. Okay, wrapping up, a couple of just takeaways. There are many decisions that we need to make, when, let's say, after collecting log data, preparing the data, and using it for analysis. And each of those decisions, as I said, individually, and all of them collectively, have an impact on the findings that we are coming up later on, and the recommendations that we would give to teachers, students, and so on. We can rely on the theory, we can rely on the knowledge of the learning context where the data originates from, in order to be able to, let's say, better prepare the data, better interpret the data, but still uncertainties remain as we try to communicate. So, regardless of what we do with log data, it's always good to have some additional data. And to be able to at least partially address these uncertainties. And as I said, to complement this cohort level analysis with individual level analysis, to be able to cover, let's say, those outliers, which, as I said, are not loud outliers, but simply people who have their own approach to learning, teaching, and so on. And with that, I will thank you.
Thank you, Jelena. This was really insightful, and somehow it puts in perspective that, you know, when we look at the data, we always think it's our problem, but everybody has some challenges. I will let you ask the questions that you may have after Jelena's talk. Okay, then maybe I'll start. It seems like it's the first talk, so everybody's still a bit shy. You did give a lot of good perspectives, and I think a lot of us face this a lot of times. Maybe if you have a few pointers of, you know, how can we set up certain experiments to maybe avoid some of these things that you talked about, challenges, so we don't necessarily see it. I mean, you did say a few things, give feedback, I found this easy, but maybe put a little overview of how to set up an experiment so we avoid some of these obstacles as much as possible, although we know it's not completely feasible.
Well, it depends on, you know, if you are collecting the data from scratch or you already have some data collected that you're going to work with. I mean, if you are collecting data and you have a control over, you know, how the data is collected, that's the best situation. What I would do if I'm in such a situation, typically not, I typically just have data to work with. But I really see this as a way forward in terms of, you know, at least a combination of this kind of thing, so instrumenting the platforms and tools. So I mean, I know that if you're using, let's say, Moodle or something like that, it's very difficult to add some additional components to collect the data that you need. But if there is a possibility to add some component, I really have not done with those kinds of things, so I cannot talk about that with confidence. But if there is any way to add some additional tools just for data collection and to, let's say, collect it in those time points and in those ways that you find relevant for your objectives, it's very difficult to say in general way. So I just think that this way of, you know, adding some additional tools for helping us collect data, and maybe you know, integrating some simple tools in the existing platform, that can always be done. This is something that, for example, we could do in Moodle, just to add some additional, let's say, a small kind of interactive visualizations and things like that to collect some feedback from learners regarding, it was about, you know, how demanding they find certain learning activity, or how motivating certain, you know, learning situation for them and things like that. So this would be the way to collect this data for the why question. For the what question, it's very difficult because if it is pre-built learning management system, but yeah.
Thank you, Elena, for this fantastic talk. I remember when we met first time and we started talking, and I had so many questions about the decisions we take, and then I've been talking to you, I just realized that everyone has the same questions and we have to go through really long time. I remember 3, 4, 5, 6 months to just clean the data and started analyzing it. And the high hopes when learning analytics started that we can get data, automate it, and get some insights at the end of time and the end of course or something. It's been 12 years now, and I think we're not at that stage yet of automating the whole process. And now there is a huge push from data to insights to action, or ready to AI to do us some magic. What do you think about that? What do you think when we would have some kind of automation for the whole process to give us something?
Well, as you said, I'm not sure that we are aiming for the automation. I still think that this is a kind of really, let's say, distinction between analytics and AI, I mean artificial intelligence application. That the objective is not to automate, but the objective is to inform and to enable these, what we could say, evidence-based decisions. Of course, some things could be automated and should be probably automated, but I think that it's really good that we keep this, let's say, level of autonomy and this level of responsibility at the level of learners.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that, you know, for example, when I started my PhD, actually master studies, I was in the area of intelligent using systems. And the objective there is to automate everything, and the learner is just someone who sits, let's say, in a comfortable seat, and then follows the instruction and do the tasks and things like that. And that's all well and fine for developing some basic skills, but for the kinds of let's say learners and actually people that we need, not we need, but how we should, let's say, enable people for the times that is coming, I really think that being able to make decisions on one own and being able to act upon those decisions, it's really something that's going to be the key. Otherwise, we can let ourselves to AI and
yes, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Jelena, this was a lovely presentation. You mentioned data preparation, and of course, as you said, that is a really difficult task with many obstacles in advance. So maybe you said something very interesting to me, that how we prepare the data will really influence on the results. And we all know that students' data are specific data, because here outliers are not outliers that we're supposed to remove. We must focus on them because that's the pattern of behavior of these outliers or our students. So maybe some advice from you, or maybe some interesting research about this topic, how this data preparation, scaling, transformation really influence on the results. That would be really something interesting to ask you. Maybe your own experience, or something that you find interesting in research, or maybe some interesting ideas for future work.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is actually a very good question. I mean, excellent question, because it has been a long time that I was pushed by Dragan Dragašević, with whom I collaborate a lot, to do this kind of study, to actually, take these different decisions. I mean, for each of those decisions, take different options and then examine their effect on the eventual outcome. But actually, there was never sufficient time. We have been planning to do this for quite a while, but yeah, not yet. At least I still didn't give up that idea, but still not finding sufficient time for that. If someone is interested, I would be very much interested to, let's say, join forces and do that, but not on my own. And regarding how to deal with that, well, I think that Sonsoles and Mohammed can tell us a lot about that, because they have started. I mean, I'm not going to talk much about for them, but just to point you to them, because they are doing excellent work in combining cohort level analysis with individual level analysis, which I really think is a way forward for dealing with these so-called outliers. Because, I mean, it's always the case that you have this kind of situation that some people simply do not fit into distribution. But as I said, in this most recent study that we did, it was unbelievable. We needed to remove features as it was, yeah, almost nothing remained. Thank you.
Thank you, Jelena. We will remind everybody that we have a roundtable discussion with our keynotes, so anything you still want to ask, you can use the breaks for the roundtable discussion. Once again, thank you for this great talk you gave us.
Thank you.
It is a great pleasure to announce our next keynote speaker, a rector from Moscow University for Industry and Finance Synergy, Professor Artyom Igorievich Vasilyev. Rector of Moscow Financial Industrial University Synergy, head of its branch in Dubai, associate professor of the Department of Financial Market and Currency Relations, former executive director of the Moscow Academy of Entrepreneurship under the government of Moscow, and expert of the Federal Service of Supervision of Education and Science. Artyom Igorievich Vasilyev graduated from the Russian State University of Commerce and Economics with a degree in World Economy. In 2009, he defended his PhD thesis in Economics and Management of the National Economy. Artyom Igorievich Vasilyev also completed internships at the London Business School under the International Finance Program and at the Swiss Business School under the European Financial Market Program. Welcome. And the keynote speech, Artificial Intelligence in Education, Problems and Prospects of Implementation. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Professor Domazet, I sincerely thank you for the invitation to such a significant event in the field of education. And the university of which I'm director has been actively using various tools in educational and scientific activities for a long time. Therefore, in my speech, I would like to focus on the issues of problems and perspective for mapping IT in the education. But at the first, in recent years, there has been a boom in reach and publications on the prospects and limitations of AE in the education. Scientists, IT technologies developers, education organizations with experiences in implementing such systems are all involved in discussion of these issues. But what fields for the use of AE are considered the most relevant and promising? The first, I think there is personalization of learning, which implies adapting and individually curating education material for each student based on their experience level, abilities, and interests. This field of use utilizes intelligent systems that adapt learning content and its study trajectory to the need of the students, as well as dialogue-based personalization learning system. For example, digital twin of teacher or Naira tutor that answer students' questions and provide recommendations for our students. The second field is automated assessment of education achievements presentation, both for test from free response question, for example, essay, with feedback and comments related to education of a significant amount of routine work. The third field involves intelligent diagnostics and prediction based on large educational data volumes, which can also be obtained from the digital footprints. Diagnostic system help predict students' performance, and even it is the most challenging topic that require additional work, construct individual learning trajectories, timely update, and redesign educational program, courses, teaching method, and much more. These tools aim to optimize the learning environment and assist teachers and administrators in managing the educational process more efficiently. The fourth field is involved in the development and implemented of intelligent systems that create new learning environments. For example, research environment. That foster creative abilities and the skills to apply the acquired knowledge, enhance motivation for learning, and create conditions for organization and assisting teamwork among students. And finally, the fifth field, I think, provides administrative support for the activities of educational organization. These include systems that facilitate the rapid collections and intelligent processing of data across various areas, automated report generation, with the identification of problem areas and the compilation of class schedule, among other things. I would like to emphasize that AI tools are starting to play an increasingly scientific role of the online education market. They help design online course format and content tailored to the needs of various groups of students in Russia of the major online project. I would like to see you how in our university we do the online course. This online course created.
Добрый день, дорогие студенты. Меня зовут Евгения Евгеньевна Потуга. Я преподаю на кафедре правового регулирования бизнеса и гражданского судопроизводства. Приветствую вас на дисциплине «Гражданское право». В истории первые нормы гражданского права были зафиксированы в законах царя Хаммурапи в XVIII веке до нашей эры. Этот исторический документ впервые упоминает о сделках купли-продажи, аренде, займах и судах. Все эти вопросы актуальны. Получается, что предметом гражданского права становятся имущественные отношения и личные неимущественные отношения. Имущественные отношения – это отношения, которые возникают по поводу имущества и материальных благ. Например, купля-продажа, аренда, выполнение работ, оказание услуг. Допустим, вам надоел ваш сосед за забором, и вы решили продать дачу и купить себе.
Do only AE. It's the cartoon character.
Научитесь различать систему покрытия и отраслям применения.
This course do only AE. No teachers, no students, no tutors, no. Only AE. This AE, animation AE, text AE,
Сначала
all
объясним, что такое интеллектуальная система или сокращенно ИС, разумный помощник, который анализирует информацию и помогает пользователю принять решение.
It's our task. And then in Russia, the development, implementation, and use of AE technologies across various sectors, including education, is a priority not only for individual developers, but also the state policy as a whole. In 2019, a national AE development strategy for the period until 2030 was approved by decree of the President of the Russian Federation. The federal project, like artificial intelligence and personnel for the digital economy under the digital economy of the Russian Federation national program, have been providing comprehensive support in the field over several years. Various ministry participants in the implementation of activities under this federal project, including the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation. As a result, the task of developing, applying, and regulating AE technologies are addressed in Russia systematically with the active involvement of the government. The use of AE tools in educational promise, a significant breakthrough was in terms of optimizing routine work and managing creative tasks, as well as in forming an adaptive educational environment that enhances the quality of education through personalized learning, the use of various educational methodologies, and comprehensive analysis of educational outcomes. At the same time, when examining practical experience with the implementation of EE tools in the educational sector, we can find out that this process is not uniform across different areas. For example, leading Russian universities are rapidly adopting and developing AE tools related to data collection, analytics, reporting, diagnostic of educational outcomes, structure analysis of the curriculum and educational program, compilation of test assessments, optimization of administrative process, and so on. This primarily involves areas where AE sources and function or optimizes routine work. However, in spheres directly related to the content of education, particularly regarding the personalization of learning, the implementation of AE tools is occurring at a slow pace and with great cohesion. How so? At the first, I think implementation can only be possible under the direct supervision of teacher and their involvement in training the AE. Only direct supervision of teacher. Thus, the transition to such system requires the upskilling of education and their collaboration with IT specialists. This, as well as fine-tuning the AI, requires a considerable amount of time and resources. After all, errors in programming, educational content that did not go through fact-check, or an excessive amount of data and parameters can lead to unforeseen features and distortions in the function of the neural network model. This must be avoided at a cost. It's important to note that when implementing AE, humanities and social students require special attention of teachers. Unlike the exact or national science, such disciplines are subject to much less formalization. Yet they directly impact the students' worldwide and moral principles. Therefore, university should approach the area with particular care and responsibility. Second, AE will never replace the human interaction between teacher and student. AE can only become an assistant to a teacher, freeing them from some routine tasks and providing support and timely retrieve information across various domains. Thus, when implementation AE tools, it's essential to establish a resourceable balance between traditional forms of education and the use of neural networks. It's necessary to ensure that interaction with AE does not negatively affect students emotionally and physiological status does not hinder their socialization or their ability to think independently without recommendation and prompts from the neural tutor. Third, the decision made by AE must be understandable and transparent to all participants involved in the educational process. The use of AE in this field also requires control, regulation, and mandatory consideration for the teacher's position, because otherwise negative reaction to AE decision from both teaching staff and student are inevitable. Held by many researchers, another serious challenge concerns the protection and proper handling of students' personal data as well as personal information collected, in particular based on digital footprints. Educational related data can be sensitive, so it's essential to safeguard it against theft. Unauthorized access and transmission to third parties with the consent of the student. Furthermore, an atmosphere of digital transparency and total control over each student's work can negatively impact the educational process, leading to an unhealthy emotional environment as well as emergency of dishonest practice aimed at deceiving the digital observer. Another important area that cannot be overlooked concerns the ethics of human AE interaction. This goes beyond the scope of education and includes a wide range of questions. For example, what are the criteria for ethical acceptable AE technologies? Or what are the ethical obligation of private organizations and government bodies? How can individuals refuse or content the use of their personal information in large databases, and much more? Currently, the regulator framework governing the field of AE is at relatively low level, but this area is rapidly developing, including which the active participant of research organizations and specialists in digital law, and I believe that these issues will be addressed in the near future. Regarding the everyday practice of university, active discussion and underway about the possibility of students using AE for course papers or thesis. Leading Russian universities allow this, and in our university too, but under the condition that the student describes and details the procedure for using AE, specifying the purpose, task, methods, as well as conduct an independent analytic of the result obtained. After all, the thesis should reflect the result of the students' independent efforts, the knowledge and skills they have acquired, and their ability to apply them. Thus, in the field of education, it's also necessary to develop ethical standards for the use of AE and to familiarize teachers and students with them. Finally, another serious issue regarding the integration of AE into the educational process is related to protecting our students from bad influence. AE is a tool that relies on a vast array of information from various sources. The task of educational institution is not only to provide education, but also to foster a proper, well-cultural person. Therefore, the uncontrolled use of AE in the educational process faces specific risk for this task. Moreover, significant attention should be paid to the development of digital competences and digital culture among our teachers and students. In Russia, there is a special program aimed at establishing digital department in university under the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation, that is implemented with the support of the Ministry of Digital Development, Communication and Mass Media of the Russian Federation, as well as leading Russian developers of digital technologies. The main objective of these digital departments is to develop competencies in working with digital technologies among all students, taking into account the specifics of their chosen professions. This project is a part of the larger state program aimed at the development of Russian universities, Priority 2030. And when this program started, Russian university give near 100 educational programs about AE. And the Minister of the people of Minister of Digital Development in Russia accept only 11 programs. Only 11 programs is good for the students, for AE teachers. The scope of problems and advantages of learning with the use of AE that I have outlined is by no means exhaustive. Currently, we don't have enough practice result to confidently assess the positive and negative effects of AE implementation in the fields of education. One thing is clear: education can't ignore technological progress. So universities must actively engage in this area and cooperatively address the arising challenges. As rector of Synergy University, I can provide a few examples from the experience of Synergy University. One of them I show you. For 15 years, Synergy University has been developing its own digital innovation. As early as 1999, Synergy University was one of the first in Russia to launch the e-learning portal Education.ru and began implementing higher education programs in both online and offline format. Now, in my university, teaches 200,000 students in our university, and 136,000 students teach online format. Since 2011, we have been using our own electronic educational process support system, LMS system, which is systematically modified to incorporate the latest technologies advancements. The current versions of the university's LMS combines integrated system for creating and managing educational contents, as well as system for managing the learning process, such as my first vice rector used AE, do the timetable for our students. Currently, Synergy University holds leading position in the Russian online education market and implements educational programs and courses through several platforms. Synergy Upgrade, Synergy Academy, Synergy Online, Synergy Start, Synergy 24, customized to meet the needs of different students. The university also has a number of other digital solutions in the field of educational management, including those with integrated AI tools, which not only optimize all standard process at the university. Student enrollment, tracking academy, personal achievements, reporting, scheduling, rating students, rating teachers, rating tutors, and others. But also introduce new learning formats, including those with interactive elements. Synergy University is also developing platforms for managing corporate training with integrated tools that help form educational contents. Attention to digital technologies has significantly expanded the foreign students' audience of the university and made in Russia's leaders in this regard. It was mentioning the two specialized companies which are part of the university's ecosystem, Synergy Soft and Synergy Board, are directly involved in the development of our digital product. Furthermore, domains relate to AE and digital technologies in general, as well as interdisciplinary research at the intersection of AE technologies and humanities and social studies. Are activities developing in the university and priorities it. Thus, Synergy University has sufficient experience and resources to ensure personalized learning through AE tools. At the same time, we are carrying out the process methodically and with great responsibility. We started by training methodologists, teachers, and administration to work with AE, and we are now actively using AE tools to modify our educational programs and individual courses. To boost interest in learning among various audiences, such as schools, a digital teacher might have the avatar of a cartoon character and you look it. In my opinion, this straightforward and balanced approach will allow universities to successfully and positively integrate AI tools into the educational process in the near future while maintaining the traditional values that form the foundation of the educational system. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vasilyev. That was really interesting.
Yes,
okay. We have questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Vasilyev, for your speech. It was quite informative and very interesting, and you did it exactly in the Russian style, all or nothing. So we could see the possibilities of artificial intelligence, which you are actually using at your university for online courses. Can you tell me, please, in your opinion, is it possible for artificial intelligence, I mean like exactly this, cartoons and avatars, mostly replace physical professors in the future? I don't mean like literally right now, but in 5 or 10 years, because you can see this super, let me say, improvement of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
No. No. Lyric teacher is the most, it's the important part of educational process. No. AE is the helper, maybe, and other. No.
The next question from the Dean of Faculty of Information Technology.
Thank you so much for your very insightful speech. I just have a question. You said that the primary interactions should be with a living teacher. My question is, are the teachers themselves prepared to include artificial intelligence and tools? And what are your insights on how will they take this transition? Thank you.
In our university, it's very, very, very big problem, because all teachers, when I do something new, no, because it's very difficult for me. But 2 years, every semester, every module, our teacher learn some digital course about AE, the educational process, AE test, AE, the outlines, and others. And small steps, yes, we go in the AE instruments and the educational process, and for teacher. Yeah. But in the administrative system, my vice rector, my dean, the head of department, and others use very often AE instruments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rector Vasiliev. Have you question for you? Implication, artificial intelligence in teacher, in education program. 2 questions for you. Different artificial intelligence and human intelligence. Please answer. Thank you very much.
The teacher is better than AE. The teacher, the living teacher, is better. The first. The second, AE, very, very, very good helper for teacher. Very, very. In Russia, we must, in our law, educational law, we must do
different from records. Different artificial intelligence and human intelligence.
No.
Human intelligence is better.
Only helper. Because in Russia we must do it evaluation tools. The big, only every discipline in our law we must have it. Evaluation tools for one discipline, near 1,000 pages. And AE, the helper for the teacher, do it, the evaluation tools. And teacher only verify this tool. That's all. The lecture, the seminars, the colloquium must learn living teacher in education.
I think you said something they really like. They still have jobs. I will ask one more question, since you will not be at the keynote, if you allow me. You did show really nice examples of the avatars, and while you're talking, I heard a lot of whisper, this is really looking nice, and we may be using this in our research. So one short question is, since you have 2 types of avatars, one is cartoon and the other one looks very human-like, do you have any feedback from students whether they like one or the other better, or why they did or they did not like the other?
Yes. My the department of psychology very detailed study these 2 online courses with students, and the students prefer their living teacher, not cartoon. but the students did not know that the digital avatar. And at the end of the course, the teacher said that this is only do it AE, and the students 50-50. 50 is good, 50 it's not so good.
Okay. Thank you once again, Dr. Martinez.
Thank you.
We will take a short break. You will have some coffee and refreshments in the room next door, and we will meet again here in 15 minutes. I think most of us are back, so we can continue on with our conference. We here have another keynote. I'm really honored, like with the other two keynotes, also to have Sonsoles Lopez Pernas. She's a senior researcher at the University of Eastern Finland. She has been there since 2022, working at the Learning Analytics Unit. She obtained her PhD in telematics engineering at Polytechnical University of Madrid in Spain. Her research areas are game-based learning in engineering and computer science education. I don't know, it's probably batteries. She also works with quantitative methods that include machine learning, process and sequence mining, network analysis, complex event processing, and data visualization, which are proven by over 100 publications in the field of learning analytics and education technology, as well as workplace achievements. She's an editor and author of the first methodological book on learning analytics methods and tutorials, a practical guide using R, which has been made available as open access to facilitate newcomers to the field get acquainted with state-of-the-art quantitative methods. She has developed novel methods in the field of learning analytics, such as ASTRA, for the analysis of intensive longitudinal data. It is my honor to welcome Sonsoles with her keynote speech, Explainable AI in Education, Fairness, Trust, and Bias. Sonsoles?
Thank you so much, Miroslava, for the invitation. I don't remember exactly when Miroslava invited me to be here today. As she just presented, my main research area is learning analytics. So she asked me if I could speak about explainable AI. And at first I was a bit reluctant because it's not my main field of research, but then I accepted the challenge. So I hope it's, I am up to the quality of this event. First a bit of background. I've already said many things about my professional background, but I'm originally from Spain, specifically from Vigo, up in the northwest corner. I studied and worked most of my life in Madrid, and since 2022 I moved to Finland as a senior researcher. Well, here are some pictures. My hometown, Madrid, where many of you have been to, and very different. Eastern Finland, which I miss a lot right now because it's very hot in here. But yeah, a bit of a change. So, well, same as Yelena said in her presentation, I don't know what is the background of all the people here. E-learning is just such a big concept, so I thought before anything, we should start reviewing what are the things that are going on in AI in education before we can start talking about explainable AI. Okay, so this is not a comprehensive list, there's some examples to get to warm up. So of course, the most famous these days that we're all talking about chatbots and virtual assistants, that's ChatGPT, right? So those are powered by large language models and provide students with personalized instruction, explanations, content, whatever they may ask. We have automated grading and assessment. So in traditional learning, we have multiple choice questions and numerical questions that can be easily graded. But going one step further from that, we have automated grading and assessment of essays other more complex artifacts that cannot be just checked by a rule-based model as we used to do. We also have intelligent tutoring systems, which focus on adaptive learning and modeling each student individually and adapting to their difficulties and kind of personalizing the tasks that they face in the learning management system. We have also curriculum planning, so the famous learning paths, trying to choose individual pathways in students' education according to their preferences and also their performance, instead of following a typical curriculum in which everybody studies the same. Curriculum planning allows to adapt to individual differences and strengths. And then, of course, we have learning analytics. It's not necessarily artificial intelligence, but a big part of learning analytics is predicting student dropout or success, and getting early warnings of who's likely to drop out of a course or likely to do well, among many other things. And then lastly, we have content recommendations, so recommending specific learning objects, learning resources to students according to, again, their preferences, their performance, or any other rules that might be relevant. So of course this is not comprehensive, as I said in the beginning. We have many other applications of AI in education that might be not that related to learning. For example, admission, to see who should be admitted to a very constrained program, and many other applications that are probably field specific. So, well, each of the systems works in a very particular way, but overall, the systems work following a classic AI machine learning pipeline. We have some training data. Let's choose as an example the automated essay scoring. And we train a model with this training data of essays that have already been graded by a human. The model learns some rules of how these essays are assessed. And then at some point, we may provide a new essay that the model has never seen, and the model outputs a grade. But if you are teachers and researchers, as most people here, get this outcome from AI, would you be able to give this grade to the student just because the AI said that the student deserves an F? Would you do it?
No.
No. So as teachers, we are kind of puzzled by why would we, if we get that kind of very strong decision from AI, why this decision has been made. How can I, present this to a student if I don't even know myself what this is going on? So, yeah, this is probably not a good idea, not something that we should be doing. So, explainable AI is where it comes in as a set of processes that allows humans to understand AI decisions and be able to trust them and check if we agree with them or we don't, if there has been any mistakes, in order to be able to use the insights that AI gives us and enhance them with our own opinion and expertise. So instead of having this classic AI pipeline, which we have just seen, with explainable AI, the decision, if I use the pointer, comes with a series of explanations in which we can understand whether the decision that has been made by AI makes sense, or if it has missed some important things, or if it has been based on the wrong reasons, let's say. So that way the teacher can accept this decision and implement it, or it can correct it and use other methods of making the decision, like manually grading an essay, which we'll hate, but it's part of our job anyway. So, what are the benefits of explainable AI? Well, it of course provides insight on how the AI systems make decisions, and therefore builds trust, not only from the users, direct users of AI, like teachers or administrators, but also by the end users who are ultimately affected by these decisions, like students in this case. But XAI is not only helpful in identifying mistakes that may come from in the decisions, but also to identify biases in this decision, which we'll see later on in the example. So it helps us overall create more fair and ethical AI systems that are transparent and that we can really follow why these decisions have been made and avoid critical errors. So many of these machine learning models, AI systems, are on the one end of the spectrum. We have these white box models, which are very simple models that we can not easily, but with some training, we can understand the logics of them and why they make certain decisions. And they look, for example, something like this. So here we have a decision tree of about whether a student may pass or fail a course. So, for example, we see that the first feature, the first element that we look into is the grade of the entering degree before applying to this new program. And if the person had more than an 8 in that out of 10, let's assume, in that previous degree, then we predict that the person is going to pass. And if not, we start looking at other features. So if the entering grade is less than a 7, we predict that the person is going to fail. Seems a bit dramatic. But then if it's between a 7 and an 8, we start looking at other things. For example, the expectations of the students about the program, if they have neutral or if they have bad expectations, probably they're going to fail. If they have good expectations, probably going to pass. When they have neutral expectations, we keep looking deeper and deeper into the tree. So yeah, it is of course a long process, but we are able to understand, our human brain comprehends what is happening in this model. So that is an example of a white box model. As opposed to a black box model in which our human brain cannot comprehend all this complexity behind it. So while in the decision tree we could understand, okay, this person has been marked as failed because of this and that, but here we can't understand what's going on. So then you might be thinking, why don't we just use white box models if they're so easy to understand? Well, because we have this paradox of the models that are better performing, such as deep learning neural networks and such, or a bit worse random forest or ensemble models, are the hardest ones, the ones that get the best performance, but the ones that are the least explainable. And I suppose the models that are linear models, like logistic regression or linear regression, or decision trees, they are much easier to understand, but they don't achieve nearly as good performance. So for some applications in which really the accuracy is key, we have to use black box models, but at the expense of we don't understand what's happening. But luckily, explainable AI is precisely targeted as understanding these black box models and understanding why the decisions within black box models happen. The key is that we get all the advantages of the black box model, so the high performance, the high accuracy in the decisions, but we use some extra techniques in order to be able to understand it. Specifically, one of the main techniques for understanding this black box model is called post-hoc explainability, which is basically a name for explanations that are created after, that's why it's called post-hoc, the model is trained without changing the internal work of the model. So we don't get this explainability at the expense of a worse performing model, but the decisions are, the explanation for the decisions are obtained after the model is trained in all its power and performance. Let's see now some of these explainable AI techniques and how we can use them to understand our black box model. So the first most simple technique is called feature importance, and it's basically identifying which input features carry the weight of the decision. So which features that were used to train the model are more influential when the AI model is making a prediction, recommendation, whatever the AI does. Here we have an example in the literature, and it's about predicting student dropout. So we see here that the number of credits that the student has completed before is the number one feature that makes it more susceptible to influence the decision of dropout versus not. So yeah, probably we can guess that the people who already have completed many credits will probably not drop out if they have already invested so much time in the program. Then the next feature is the average score and the exams. So yeah, of course, people who get better grades don't tend to drop out. And then we have many more, like number of attempts, the previous studies, nationality, and gender. So these are, this specific model, the main features that influence whether a student is predicted as susceptible of dropping out versus not are these. But if you notice here, we don't know the direction of these features. Yeah, we kind of guess that more credit is better, so less likely to drop out. More score is better, but we believe this graph doesn't tell us that. Just which ones are more important, but not how they influence the decision. So to do that, we have another technique named partial dependence plot, in which we show directly the relationship between a set of features and the outcome of the model. So, for example, you see how the average score here is related to the probability of dropping out. So we see that starting at higher levels, the probability of dropping out falls, because when you get very good grades, you're not likely to drop out. It's a personal problem, of course. Other features, credits, for example, the same idea. So the more credits the person has completed, if a person has completed 100 credits already in a program, they're not likely to drop out. Well, so that is kind of intuitive already, but this plot corroborates it. And then the last one, we have something a bit trickier, like the number of attempts, because we might think that a person who needs a lot of attempts in exams are not doing so well. But at the same time, if a person is keeping these attempts up, it means that they're actually interested in the program. So yeah, this feature is a bit trickier. We see a quick drop from 0 to 1. So people who have at least tried an exam once, it's a good sign. But then in the rest, we see a bit of a kind of rocky curve. So probably it's not a very reliable, indicator of the dropout probability. Another one that is kind of trending these days is the sharp values, which are some kind of score that we give features based on game theory. So features that have positive sharp values positively impact the prediction, and those with negative values negatively impact the prediction. So here we have another example from another study, and we see that the circles that are colored in red were students that were predicted to or they were going to be successful in the studies, but the opposite as dropout, and the ones in blue were the other way around. It's a bit counterintuitive. I think it should be colored the other way around, but this is how the study was. So here, for example, we see the total number of sessions following Yelena's last presentation, sessions as in learning sessions that we still also don't know exactly where we should put the cut in sessions. Sorry, the number of sessions seems to be mostly the people who have the higher number of sessions are more likely to be successful, and the students who have a lower number of sessions in blue are less likely to be successful. Same with session duration. The longer the sessions of studies, they're more likely to be successful, as it makes sense. But then we have the less intuitive ones. For example, median session duration. We see here that those that had longer sessions in themselves were less likely to be predicted as successful, and the other way around. So maybe it's more about having many sessions with a normal length rather than a few very long sessions. So this kind of helps us understand in general how the decisions of these few models have been made. But if you notice, all of the three examples that we have seen helps us understand how models make decisions overall. So kind of to understand in general what drives a model to make certain decisions or not. But sometimes we're not interested in that, but rather how a specific decision has been made. Kind of like the example that we saw at the beginning with the essays. We want to know why this specific essay has been given an F, not in general what are the grading criteria of the model. Of course, that's also interesting, but we want to know why this specific decision has been made. So that is something that in explainable AI is called global versus local explainability. We have seen global, and now we'll see an example of local explainability. The most famous technique is called LINE, local interpretable model agnostic explanations. Local, we have already seen what it means, but model agnostic means that they can be applied to any model regardless of whether it's decision trees or ensemble models or neural networks. They are applicable to regardless of the model. And the way this technique works is that it approximates a very complex nonlinear model, like the global model. Like when we get better performing models, normally they're very complex. They're not like the white box models that we saw. It approximates with a very simple model only for that specific local explanation that we. And that way we can interpret only the decisions that we're interested in as a simpler model. For example, here we have two students. One was obtained a grade of 57, and on the left had the random forest model predicted it as 69.66. And if we take a look at the weight of the different features, we see that this person engaged a lot in formative assessment and learning resources and constructive, I think that was forum participation, a lot of sessions, but it had quite a high number of evaluate, which was to engage in self-assessment, and that negatively impacted the grade. While the other student that obtained a grade of 39, but the algorithm predicted it as 59, so a bit higher than he deserved. He also had a lot of clicks on the learning resources and in the instructions, but not so much in formative assessment and in knowledge construction. So here we might see how these wrong decisions by the algorithm were made. Probably since this person was quite active in the learning resources and not so much engaging in the self-assessment, which is usually an indicator of students that are kind of obsessed with grades rather than with learning, then his lack of activity here made him look like he cared more about learning than about grades. So that was probably why he was kind of predicted as higher than he actually was. And the other person was the other way around. He had many evaluates, so self-assessment 25, so that made him look as he was kind of obsessed with grades rather than with learning. But he was predicted a bit, how also completely different from other things. So, well, we have seen now how XAI can help us identify why decisions have been made depending on the features that we input. But the good thing is that it can also help us detect whether some sensitive attributes like race, or gender, or age, or other things are disproportionately affecting the outcomes of these models. Well, that is what we usually refer to as bias. We here have many definitions of bias. Some are very complex and long. I like the blue one better because it's kind of very direct. Inequitable prediction across identity groups. So basically, if the algorithms, the AI that we're using are given advantage or disadvantage to different groups of people based on things that mostly they can't change, like their race, their age, or their gender. Here we see an example of student persistence prediction, so the opposite of dropout again. And we see that some of these features that were labeled as important for this algorithm are kind of disturbing. For example, age at enrollment, if they have scholarship or not, so that probably is an indicator of their socioeconomic background, their gender, or if they have special needs in education. So if a model already has these things included as part of their training, and the model is using them as a way to make decisions, we are systematically discriminating against people who are, weird age to engage to enroll into university, for example, or if they have lower socioeconomic backgrounds, or if they, they're not from the majoritarian gender of that specific study program. So it's very important that we use this kind of tools to assess whether our models are making decisions based on these things. Another example, also based on race. Here we have, again, success predictions. A certain person is going to complete a program. And we see that this model has systematically predicted, actually there's 4 models separately for different algorithms, that they're systematically giving white people and Asian people advantage over the rest of the races. But if we look at the data that was used to train these models, we already see that the proportion of people that had a degree in these populations was already reflecting this bias. So we see that, for example, whites had 70% of the training data had a bachelor's degree, 72% of Asians, but only 55% of blacks and 63% of Hispanics. So the training data itself already reflects this difference, and of course the algorithms learn it. A bit of a different and even more complicated example for automated essay scoring. We see that in this case the Asian students were systematically graded lower by GPT-4 in this case than by humans. For the rest of the races, we had for white GPT graded 0.85 points less than humans, 0.90 for multiracial, 0.89 for Hispanic, 0.93 for blacks, and 1 whole point difference for Asian students. So the problem here, is that the researchers don't know why this is happening. You can think that something is as simple as, oh, why don't you just don't include any demographic information in the training data? Just don't put age, don't put gender, don't put race, and problem solved. But when we're talking about essays, for example, even if you don't input that data, you can infer some of these things from your writing. Some languages already have used different words for female, even just using I am a woman, I am a man already says that in your writing. But not only that, your hobbies, when you express yourself, is also reflects your identity. So the AI models already learn from that. If the training data is biased already, then the algorithm is going to learn that as well. More examples from language models. This is a UNESCO report that there's two different studies. One was about story generation and the words that are used in those stories when they are for girls. They have very different words than if they're for boys. For example, garden and say mother and such things. But men have more kind of adventurous and that kind of wording, which of course it reflects existing bias in life in general. And the other study also they studied how also large language models complete sentences in a positive way or in a negative way that reflects bias, and they found that different identity groups are more likely to be, associated with these negative words. So, if we try to have an AI that is not biased, the first thing that we have to do is, do not put biased data into it. Well, of course, AI cannot learn from something that doesn't exist. But where is the biased data coming from? So there's this thing called cycle of bias. So we have here our data that has bias, right? And we're using that data to train AI models. So these models learn the bias, and when we apply the models in real life, they perpetuate the bias. So if we are, for example, giving lower grades to African American students, and I say African Americans for whatever reason, that perpetuates that fewer students are, graduating with better grades and making it to higher levels of education, and therefore the real world that this data has been gathered from becomes even more biased. And the next data collection that we have is reflecting even more bias that was, feedback from the AI. So we continue in this cycle until we have completely, biased everywhere situation, because the data is reflecting the real world, which is itself biased. So at some point we need to put a stop there and say, okay, why is this data biased? So related to that is the concept of fairness, which is the designing methods for not only detecting the bias, but also for mitigating it and controlling bias in AI in this case. So in order to do that, we have some, this is not something that kind of, researchers dream of in kind of like this utopian world, but it's actually taken from the GDPR, the EU current data protection regulation. And one of the Article 22 of the GDPR says that we all have the right to not be subject to a decision that has been solely made by automated processing, including profiling, because that can have effects on very harmful effects on us. So explainable AI is the key to not make this happen, because we need to know a person needs to be in the loop to avoid these decisions to be harmful to anybody. So some bias mitigation strategies. The first moment in which we can act to mitigate bias is before training algorithms. So the data that we input to these algorithms, there's techniques that we can use to ensure that they don't affect bias as much as possible. And one of these techniques is called SMOTE, which consists basically in creating new data points for the minorities in our data set that allows us to make it more balanced so that the training data set doesn't reflect these injustices that much. Then we can also act during the model training. Normally when we train a model, we try to maximize, for example, accuracy or precision or something like that. But there's a technique named adversarial learning. There's many techniques for it. For example, adversarial learning tries to not only optimize for model accuracy and precision, but also to minimize the bias. So there's kind of two models fighting one against the other to try to reach the best trade-off between accuracy and fairness of the model. That way we can try to get the best possible model that doesn't perpetuate existing biases. And lastly, of course, after the training, we should still, even if we have used the previous techniques, use the explainable AI post hoc explainability techniques to see if our model is still favoring any specific group or the other way around, and seeing why these decisions are being made. And if we do find bias, of course, I'll go back and try to find other strategies to avoid that persists. So lastly, some concluding remarks. I think sustainable AI is still a very young field of research. I actually struggled a lot to find relevant examples to show you here today. I found many in other fields like healthcare and job recruitment, for example, but not so much in education. So I think it's a very important area of research, and I kind of invite you all to dig a bit into this, especially those working with AI. Another thing is that, of course, AI is advancing so much every day that it becomes impossible to catch up with all the advances. And of course, it seems that we cannot, of course, stand in the way of innovation and improving the models just because we need to care about this aspect. So in some way, it's kind of seen as parallel paths. Some people are trying to create the most advanced models, but some people are trying to say, no, you can't use this because it's very biased. So yeah, it seems that at some point we might need to kind of join forces in order to make sure that the advances are already followed from the design, from the inception of them, this fairness principle. Another thing that I think it makes it hard to work in this field, for example, is that bias does not only, it's not about demographic information only, otherwise it would be as easy as just don't use age, gender, and race as in your training data, but it really permeates a lot to other variables that might be used. I saw an example, for example, in job recruitment that they ask for your hobbies, and of course, your hobbies are a reflection many times of your gender, of your race, of your culture, or anything like that. So it's very hard to know, where to stop and what kind of data might be susceptible to bias at the expense of losing performance accuracy if we don't collect the data. And lastly, we talked today about explainable AI, but I don't know if many people could follow some of the explanations, for example, because explainable AI is mostly made for people who already know AI. But if we really want to make teachers, for example, that are not necessarily familiar with AI, make these decisions, we need to have explainable AI for anybody that will use AI, not only for AI researchers or programmers or anything like that. So we still need to work more on making explainable AI more accessible to anybody. An open area of research is using large language models to explain explainable AI to regular users. And yeah, might be that large language models already carry more bias in this explanation, so it's adding more complexity to the loop. But maybe the only solution for making explainable AI accessible to all. Well, that is all.
Thank you, Gonzalez. It hasn't been too often that we hear explainable AI, but it is very new, relatively, so to the community. So we'll see how it evolves. I will open up for the questions for the audience.
Thank you so much for a lovely presentation. Just one question, considering methods that you here put in the presentation, like feature importance and lime and etc. Considering randomness of machine learning algorithms and different approaches for each of the algorithms, how much can we trust to the results that we get from explainable AI? Is it different from algorithm to algorithm, or maybe if we run a few times the same algorithm, maybe it will change the, for example, feature importance, and how can we address this obstacle and really get good conclusions and reliable conclusions, so we can really in the pool use the results of explainable AI. There is some research on this topic, and
thank you, Emilia. Well, I think for the global explanations, we already, if we have sufficient data, they already are kind of like an overall idea of the model. So those are in general, let's say, quite trustable. But for the individual explanation, that's where it becomes a bit trickier. If you look at this, what this line, for example, is doing is approximating the model with a easier version, and of course it's not 100% fitting. So here we will indeed see cases in which the approximation is much closer to reality than others. Of course, it's not a perfect solution, but it's better than having absolutely no idea of why a decision has been made. And of course, this is a very much area of research that is improving and increasing every day. And hopefully, maybe somebody here today will come up with a better way to do it. But so far, I think it's the best thing we do. And in many of these techniques, the outcome comes with like a percentage or let's say error rate that we can see how much we can trust it or not. So that also helps. But yeah, this is what we have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I have a question about what you think. Will explainable AI maybe give us foolproof protection for responsible using of AI, or we have some limitation there?
Thank you. I think that many of the reasons why we still are not seeing that many AI-based solutions, like we have had, for example, ChatGPT for a while, but we really don't see that many products, for example, that are fully relying on that to perform another service without supervision. And I feel like I don't think we will get to a point that AI will be foolproof. But at least if we don't take the steps to try to make it foolproof, we will not be able to, certify that this AI has been checked against bias, has been done this. So kind of like when we fly an airplane, we have to do some quality checks, and still accidents happen. But if we don't say that all the quality checks have been passed, then you can sue the company, for example. So this is a bit of kind of like a safeguard. It will never be 100% perfect, but we still need to do it much better than nothing again. So I think that's my opinion. Of course, we disagree.
Okay, then I will use opportunity to ask a question. I mean, we see a lot of explainable AI showing up, especially with proposals we're sending in, people are sending in. It is, as we say, a safeguard seen somehow. But at the same time, especially in the project we have now with learning analytics, we're constantly talking about training teachers on learning analytics, how to interpret data. And what you have shown us, it almost feels like it's still not for non-technical people. I mean, it has a very soundy terminology, explainable AI, but maybe comment a little bit about, is it really explainable, or does explainable AI need explanation? And at the very end, you did mention LLMs and so on. It almost feels like it's still for the scientific and technical community.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I think that's true. That not anybody can understand that. But I do feel that that this removes a lot of the complexity from understanding, for example, analytics results. If we add a layer of explainable AI, which we could then pass on to a language model to explain the natural language, but just the outcome of explainable AI makes it much, I think, easier to interpret than other, than this raw results from predictions or from other techniques. So I think it's potentially not that hard to train somebody to understand simple bar graph or something like that, compared to many other things that other or the raw analytics, for example, might need for training.
Thank you, so this was really informative highlight for me. Connecting to what you have just now said about teaching people how to understand these things, there are more and more talks about the need for data literacy, AI literacy, things like that. Do you think this is maybe a way to go forward, to simply educate people how to understand, how to communicate and work with AI? And obviously, this is something that we are going to have in everyday life.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of fear of will AI take my job or such things, and I think part of the key is that no, probably AI will not take your job, but probably somebody who can work with AI will. Well, not maybe yours, but for the next generations probably. So I think, it will be a requirement at some point, the same way as like nobody asks nowadays, can you work with a computer? It's kind of implied. So at some point, I think it's going to be implied that people understand these tools, or maybe not this one specifically, but at least to some extent, AI.
Thank you very much for your speech. Even if you didn't tell us before that you are not from this field, I couldn't believe that because it was a really great presentation. I have a question about the scores for students' essays. I mean, we've seen the data analysis about that, and I could tell that for artificial intelligence, it's not enough humanity or even some psychological factors as a teacher, I mean. And do you believe, is it even possible to train the AI for such a level for fair grades for students?
I'm not sure if I understood correctly, but I mean, normally, if we're just training the AI to provide a letter or numerical grade, the AI will learn whatever was reflected in the grades of the training data. So if essays that have a lot of like emotion or something get a very good grade, then the AI will apply that. But another way is that instead of just training for one score, one overall score, you can train the AI to evaluate different dimensions of the essay, like personal touch, whatever, grammar, vocabulary, something like that. So then you could see, like, the AI could provide a grade for each specific dimension. So, and it will just try to understand which are the words that are influencing those grades in the training data and reflect that for the automated part.
Yes, I mean that students now, even when they are writing essays, they ask AI about some ideas. Okay. They're checking the grammar mistakes, punctuation mistakes, etc. And still AI, after checking this essay with these possibilities and help put such kind of low grade. I mean that, why it's happening.
So the question is why an AI-generated essay might still get a low grade?
Yes, yes.
Well, if the AI-generated essay is graded by a human, then probably we will miss something. I have created recently job applications, for example. Many of them, I could tell that they were AI generated. I just feel that the topic is touched superficially, that they use words in a weird way. So yeah, if you train the model to kind of penalize that type of essay, then yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonsoles. I hope there are people in the audience who will be joining the courses for explainable AI, so we get more work and papers in the coming year. I will also encourage, because we have quite a few PhD students and master students, to actually look at the book we mentioned, or I mentioned rather, Sonsoles didn't, because Sonsoles, Mohammed, and Jelena, with more authors, actually created this really, really good learning analytics textbooks, and it's open, and there's a lot of examples, a lot of codes, so...
in the new version, we're working on a second edition, and it will have several chapters actually devoted to explainable AI.
Oh, great. That's news to me too. I think that would be great. I mean, we're using it with our students who are working on it, so it's really, really good material. But thank you, Sonsoles, one more time. We're going to take a break now. We served, or Olga helped serve lunch next door, and we will be back at 1:30.
That is personalized at the end for each student. Dynamically, from week to week, measuring progress of each student. When the course is finished, it's already late. We won't prevent it. So to online control it. As a production engineer, I like this production, I would say. Production without feedback every week, and you can modify the process and so on. This is the management of education. That's what we are interested in. I don't see much interest to do and analyze the past, but ongoing processes, learning processes. The tool that we use, LAMS, has a process included together with the graphics and so on. We can add rules and so on, and to control the process and to identify measuring results of absorption of new knowledge of each students to modify. And so we have two PhD students that unfortunately they don't have presentations, I don't know why, on this conference, but they are going to finish their PhDs this year, so probably they are very busy at the moment, and so that's up. But this is one area of doing it. And secondly, if you analyze generative AI, such as ChatGPT and others, they are very, very useful. A year ago, I made an experimentation with one of my courses, Introduction to Software Engineering. We are now adopting this approach to change the way how we teach students. This is just first phase. The second phase is implementation of AI, gradually and better. What we did, very simple thing. We have the problem with layout, especially on some programs. So we decided to offer to those students basic, what is really necessary just to pass the exam. So we prepare special material for them, PowerPoint presentations, even video, and so on. Focus on them. The second group that are normal, I would say, students that probably get the marks in our system from 6 to 9. They have another materials, another questions, and homeworks and projects and so on, and evaluation criteria. And the third one is for the top students. They have not lecture materials. They have challenges. They get topics to discuss and to debate about some topics that are very challenging for them. so that they exercise thinking, reasoning, and debating about these things. Of course, you cannot be in this third group if you don't pass evaluations for step 1 and step level 1 and level 2, as we call it. So we changed this. And also now I checked because it was a lot of work for myself. Manually, I did everything. Then, when I finished, I said, let's explore how ChatGPT can help me as a teacher. And I was amazed. What I did of 3 months, 4 months, he did it for 3 days. I gave him my teaching materials, asking to make it shorter, because students like shorter. So we limited the number of words and so on, and said, first question was, can you make me shorter? And give him some other constraints. He did it immediately. Secondly, when I lost a lot of time generating test questions. I asked him, can you generate test question? That's for each topic, because we have topics or learning objects in each lesson, usually 5 to 10. Generate me for each of them one group of questions, at least 5, because random generation of tests, so on. He did it, very successful, I read it. Then for essay questions, give me the answer that you think that are correct. I got it. Then I generated my question that was partially correct, not correct. He immediately noticed this and made me percentage what is wrong, what is right, and so on. From teacher's perspective, I got a lot of help. And now I'm going to use as a teacher this to help me. I gave him what is the textbook, what I did, can you do it better, make it better. And this is help for me. But now the real question, what is the limitation of this, because the students can do the same. What task to give them, what project to give them, what problems to give them, as we used to do that, because if you do the same and you will get the same as I got it. So, in my opinion, we have to change the mindset of us, educators. We have to increase the level so that we push it, that these students have to explain, to debate, to propose better solutions that they got from ChatGPT, to discuss about it, and to exercise reasoning, thinking, and innovation. So this is something that machine cannot do at the moment so good as we can do. But what to do with those students that cannot have such capabilities? Well, our task as educators is to provide to employers those people that can do the job. If they do the job using such tools and other tools, okay, it's enough. We taught them how to use it, and they use it, and the employer will be satisfied. I should not restrict this for those who got 6, the lowest grade. Because they are ready to do the task that our diploma is offering them. But those who really can reach high level, we have to provide something else, not to do just to implement all of this. So to implement AI in general in education, I think we have to really change the whole system of education. For instance, if we evaluate every week every student, why we need exam at all? We work with them every week and know them and so on. So this is just one question, so questions, what is needed? And teaching material, if they can, we can just give them what competencies they need to achieve, and to teach them how to read it, find it. We can discuss about this, but we don't need to write, because everything is written. When I see such textbooks, I see everything that is much better than I could write. So why should I lose my time? And students also probably prefer another author and another source of information. So total freedom of them. Just we are to verify they are ready for the job, and that we help them to more spend their time thinking and reasoning, but not memorizing and repeating and losing their time for that and cheating as well. So AI will push us to really change the educational system if we want really to implement. For instance, now marketing, I was really impressed when our director told me what they do. Everything that they do now, they use not only ChatGPT, but they generate pictures, they generate everything from different tools. And it's much better than they don't need now writers and so on, because they get everything from such generative technologies. So it's already there, and we are already implementing. From our point, as a small private university, we are pushing research and development in areas that we can immediately implement, because implementation makes the difference. We don't work for libraries, we work for practice, and we force our professor to do the same. So the problem will drive our research and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to complement your answer with more from the learning analytics perspective of AI in education, because there's two very different things, including AI tools in education versus using AI in learning analytics. And if you focus on generative AI, which is the latest thing that kind of causes last increased interest in AI. We recently with Mohammed and other colleagues completed a review of how people are using different generative AI in tools within the learning analytics phases, let's say. And also from the last year's learning analytics conference, you can see that there's a lot of synergies between the two things. Elena talked in her presentation about how we need additional sources of data besides logs to understand what students are doing. So, of course, one very good way to do that is analyzing students' text, but we don't have normally the resources to every week follow up with the students and see what they're saying and what they're doing. So with generative AI or large language models, we can potentially be able to detect specific things that we're looking for from students' textual data and use that as part of our analytics pipeline to complement, for example, log data. That's one of the main uses that I've seen in learning analytics conference, for example, automated discourse coding in conversations between students, or from students' essays, for example, be able to detect different things. Another very important point of synergy is that the same way as learning analytics has always relied on collecting data from students' interactions with different tools, now we have the opportunity to gather data from students' interactions with AI tools. So the way that students are interacting with ChatGPT, for example, to solve a specific problem, we get a very good idea of how they are depicting the problem, if they're able to decompose the problem in specific parts, which is a very important aspect of engineering, for example, to be able to divide a big task in smaller tasks. And we can really understand much better how students are thinking, because for the first time we have that in writing rather than, as we used to, that we maybe only have the final answer without the entire thought process or conversation with the AI. In the last part that I have, like the last cycle of learning analytics, where I've seen the synergies with generative AI is precisely in trying to explain learning analytics dashboards, for example, to teachers underneath a certain graph that represents students' activity, for example, try to explain what's going on to teachers using large language models. So in a similar fashion as explainable AI, try to explain different analytics indicators to teachers to be able to act upon them and intervene somehow. So yeah, these are some of the points in common that I see between the two fields. I don't know who to pass it on.
Okay, I just quickly relate to what Solis has been talking about, since actually I was thinking about that a lot recently, since I had to prepare a talk on analytics and AI in education. And I think that there is a very interesting interplay between these two fields, in the sense that artificial intelligence education has been around for several decades now, and there has been a lot of accumulated knowledge and, let's say, experience in that field. But I would say that this artificial intelligence, the latest, let's say, addition, this generative AI, is quite different from what we had and what kind of AI we used previously in terms of intelligent tutoring systems, adaptive educational hypermedia systems, and things like that. And while I think that this accumulated knowledge is relevant and useful, I think we need to further build on top of it in order to properly understand the role, place, and effect of AI in education. And I think that Learning Analytics is very, very well positioned to offer this knowledge. I mean, not itself to offer, but to offer us the methodology to come up with this knowledge. Since, just to remind you, its objective is first and foremost to understand learning in a systematic way. And that's one direction of this, let's say, impact. Learning Analytics would help us, at least I expect that, to help us better understand AI in education, this new generation of AI. On the other hand, AI is actually providing Learning Analytics with tools, with technologies, as Solis said. Up to now, there was piling, amounts of textual data that you were not able to analyze properly because simply it's too effort demanding to do manually, and the technology was not at the level to enable us to do that properly. And now we are able to, for example, make use of that kind of textual content as well. And I'll just add one point more and we'll then stop. In this Learning Analytics cycle, there is at the beginning our learners. So everything starts from the learners because it is, I mean, we want to understand learning and to help the learners improve, advance the overall learning experience and outcomes. And there are more and more researchers in Learning Analytics. We have started, questioning the notion of a learner. In the sense that, nowadays we have learners who are working with these AI tools and they're expected in their future workplace, again, to work with those tools. And we should, of course, help them learn to use properly those tools. And because that's what they're going to use at their workplace and in everyday life. And now we have not only human intelligence that we consider when teaching and designing instructional approaches, assessment approaches, but we have now this hybrid human AI intelligence. And this is a kind of a new notion of, let's say, a learner that many people in learning analytics research have started focusing on. And just to give an example, I was really privileged to be part of a recently started project. It's with Monash University, and they're actually looking into assessment of human AI collaborative work, in particular human AI collaborative writing. So it's not assumed that we are going to prevent students from using ChatGPT and similar tools when writing at their essays, but they are going to write the essays together with those tools. And the question is how we are doing assessment. This is also what Professor Gomez was mentioning, that we need to rethink the way that we teach, assess, and everything. And the project has just started, so I only know that we are going to focus on analyzing the process. And actually we are going to do, I have still no idea clear. But yeah, I mean, I see it as a very challenging thing because it's completely different situation.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. К сожалению, мой уровень английского не позволяет мне говорить свободно, поэтому я попрошу его шифровести.
Dobar dan, poštovane kolege. Ja, nažalost, nisam potkrepljen u engleskom jeziku, tako da ću zamoliti da... Dear colleagues, I apologize since my English is not on the highest level, so I will work through interpretation.
Обсуждаемая сейчас тема, на мой взгляд, не просто важна, мы даже несколько опоздали с ее обсуждением, потому что все сидящие в этом зале, наверное, прекрасно понимают, что искусственный интеллект — это не то, что ждет нас завтра, послезавтра, это то, что в диапазоне 5-10 лет полностью изменит систему образования.
It is a notion that we have already been late to the research of artificial intelligence because it is not something that will be, it is something that already is, and in 5 to 10 years, in our opinion, it will fully integrate with our society.
Это произойдет вне зависимости от того, насколько вузы, учебные заведения, преподаватели, студенты будут готовы к этому.
And it is not connected to the notion that universities and educators have the ability to stop that. It will happen on its own.
Причем студенты гораздо быстрее адаптируются к этим изменениям и гораздо быстрее начинают использовать все инструменты искусственного интеллекта в своей деятельности.
And students are far quicker in utilizing AI than professors and teachers.
Соответственно, главным вызовом, стоящим на текущий момент перед учебными заведениями, является то, что мы должны подготовить и обучить профессорско-преподавательский состав для корректного и правильного использования вот этого нового видения.
The main goal for universities, one of the main goals, is to teach teachers and professors how to utilize AI tools and keep in dynamics with the students.
Посмотрите, коллеги, изменяется сама образовательная парадигма. Если раньше преподаватель обладал просто большим объемом знаний по отношению к студентам, то теперь преподаватель еще должен обладать и большим объемом инструментария, в том числе уметь лучше использовать искусственный интеллект для того, чтобы более качественно обучить студентов.
There is a new paradigm in education, since in traditional sense teachers had to have more quantities of knowledge than students to pass them on. Now they need to have more tools and to use it more effectively than students, so they can teach it to them.
Причем я сознательно использую, когда я говорю об искусственном интеллекте, я сознательно применяю термин инструмент, используемый в образовательном процессе.
And I consciously use the term instrument when I talk about AI. This is a conscious decision on my part.
Я полностью согласен с тем, что сказал до этого ректор нашего университета, профессор Васильев, когда он сказал, что искусственный интеллект не может заменить преподавателя, и так не должно произойти.
And I fully agree with our rector, Professor Vasilyev, when he told that AI cannot be a substitute for a living teacher, and it shouldn't be a substitute for a living teacher.
На сегодняшний день есть достаточно большое количество образовательных курсов, в том числе для преподавателей, которые позволяют более качественно им начать пользоваться различными инструментами искусственного интеллекта.
There are a lot of courses today that allow teachers to gain new knowledge about the usage of AI instruments in their teaching process.
Здесь уже многие выступающие говорили о инструментарии, позволяющем готовить тесты индивидуальные, готовить, например, презентации, сжимать текст и так далее, и так далее.
Our colleagues told us about the possibilities for usage of AI to compress texts to generate presentations and images.
Однако пока все системы искусственного интеллекта, которые есть, они, скажем так, несколько Для них образование является некой такой дополнительной функцией. Они все-таки разрабатывались для другого.
But however, the AI instruments that are currently used in educations are not originally meant for education. They have a bit different purpose, original purpose.
Хотя, наверное, не за горами появление систем искусственного интеллекта, которые будут не просто там генерить из имеющегося, да, а создавать какие-то новые сферы знания, и мы тогда должны будем их уже полностью признать как самостоятельными участниками образовательного процесса.
But we are not far off the moment when AI will stop using the accumulated knowledge and will start to generate new knowledge. And in that regard, we have to be prepared to react to this moment.
Есть еще один нюанс, касающийся этической стороны этого процесса.
There is also an ethical side of the process.
И можно привести пример, когда студент использует искусственный интеллект для того, чтобы подготовить какую-то свою письменную работу.
And we can see an example when student uses AI to prepare a written work.
Что неправильно. Соответственно, также и преподаватель может использовать искусственный интеллект для того, чтобы подготовить какой-то материал для лекции, что тоже неверно.
And it's not fully correct because professor can also use the AI to generate material for teaching, which is also not correct.
Однако на сегодняшний момент еще неких вот этих вот этических правил, этического, некого кодекса поведения при применении искусственного интеллекта, в том числе в образовании, нет.
But on the other hand, there are no ethical rules which regulate the usage of artificial intelligence in education. There are no fundamental rules.
Сейчас вообще вопрос регулирования применения искусственного интеллекта на уровне законодательства только начинает разрабатываться, но вузам в этом процессе проще. Вузы могут пойти вперед законодательного регулирования государства.
And the legislation organs are just starting to regulate the usage of AI, but universities and higher educational facilities have the right to research, so to be in front of administrative organs that regulate the field.
В рамках своих академических свобод, в рамках своих полномочий вузы вполне могут устанавливать эти правила допустимости применения тех или иных инструментов искусственного интеллекта в образовательном процессе.
And universities have right in accordance with academic freedoms to freely use AI instruments for the research.
То есть я выступаю за то, чтобы, когда мы говорим с вами о применении искусственного интеллекта в вузе, мы сначала четко понимали, каковы правила игры при его применении в данном конкретном учебном.
And my concrete position in this matter is that once we use artificial intelligence in universities, we must previously know the rules, which are the rules of the game to use the artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you all for setting the tone, and a lot of questions I'm sure will arise from what you just, all of you said. So we already have one question.
Yes. Distinguished Professor Tomaset and distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to thank you for your beautiful and useful presentation. And as a professor of French language and literature, I want to ask you, how can we mitigate the possible negative impacts of artificial intelligence on the field of education? There is no short answer, I know that, but please give us some hints. Thank you very much.
Did you hear the question? Anybody wants to take the... Thank you.
Recently, I had a master's student. He sent me his project report. Immediately when I saw, I realized that he's not his own. And he accepted immediately, because otherwise I will have an oral examination with him. So he knows that he doesn't also. And then I prepared him another project assignment that is related with our internal processes that we recently want to automate and so on. And we have local data and we have our own functions. So it's very subtle that you can find on the internet or can generate from generative technologies the results. Even he gets, then we will wait and analyze and see whether he understands so on. So as Oscar, this hybrid approach is probably the best way to see whether we get an input to this. Otherwise, if we misuse this AI, so it's a cheating, it's not the way we should do. Somebody else?
Okay. Maybe I can relate a bit. Well, I think that we first need to understand what are negative effects. I mean, something that has been coming out of research, not much time for research, considering how much, or actually how short period of time this new generation of AI is available. But still, there are some interesting research results showing, for example, that students tend to over-rely on AI. And what a colleague of mine tends to refer to as metacognitive laziness. And I really think that this is a big problem. And I think, at least, I mean, I have many doubts on my own, many questions of my own, but I think that the way forward is AI literacy and teaching students, teaching ourselves, teaching students how to make effective use of these tools. I'm one of those who do not think that these tools should be banned. I think that they should be used because, I mean, who is there to stop the progress? And I see it as a progress, technological. I mean, we can do that for a short period of time, but I suppose not for a long period of time. So I think that we have to figure out what we teach, what we consider as relevant skills and competencies, and I mean, I think that there are a lot of things that we have to rethink. I have no idea how it's going to happen because it has to happen at the system level, not at the level of individuals. But at least these are some directions for this.
Yeah, I agree that we cannot ban the tools from being used. But something important is to present in a clear way to students what they can use these tools for. Because, for example, for writing, Elena said before that she has a project about using AI for writing, but of course we don't want students to have the AI write an essay for them. But we maybe, want them to learn how to use it for brainstorming, to check their grammar, check their structure. So I think part of it is to have clear guidance on what they are allowed to use the AI for. So if they're not sure, they might either use it for the wrong things or not use it at all for fear that we might penalize them for using them for something that we didn't intend. So I think making those rules clear in the syllabus of the course is very important to make sure that, of course, there's always some unethical behavior in the same way as some students plagiarize from others that we can't avoid, or we can try to guess if students are using it for the wrong reasons or not. But at least for students who are honest, we will provide clear guidelines that they will learn how to use the AI tools effectively.
Я тоже несколько слов скажу, попытаюсь развернуть как раз то, что я до этого говорил.
I will also add my opinion and expand upon my previous.
Искусственный интеллект запретить нельзя, потому что если мы будем его запрещать, через какое-то время искусственный интеллект запретит нас.
We cannot forbid the usage of AI because in theory AI can forbid us.
Мне кажется, для того, чтобы преодолевать именно негативные последствия, необходимо в первую очередь меняться самому преподавателю.
And in my opinion, for the mitigation of negative consequences of usage of AI, firstly we need to change the teacher himself.
Так же, как 30 лет назад, там, может быть 40 лет назад, широкое применение компьютеров заставило изменить преподавателя, форму преподавания и методику преподавания.
Just like 40 years ago, usage of personal computers changed the teachers and the teaching process.
В наше время это нас заставляет меняться искусственный интеллект.
This is our challenge with the AI.
Я приведу еще один пример негативных последствий искусственного интеллекта. Мы сейчас, например, в университете разрабатываем систему, когда видеокамера, установленная в аудитории, где преподаватель ведет занятия, по ключевым словам система искусственного интеллекта определяет, что он читает и насколько это соответствует учебному плану этой дисциплины.
There is one negative usage or misuse of AI that we have on our university. We have a system that utilizes true camera, and that system searches for the key points of AI usage.
Это возможно, это негативный некий момент для преподавателя, но очень позитивен как для студента, так и для администрации университета.
The usage in that might have negative connotations for teacher himself, but it has positive effects on university and teaching as a whole.
Так как мы постоянно контролируем то, что наши преподаватели, о чем они говорят, не то, что о чем они говорят аудитории, а насколько то, что они дают, соответствует утвержденной программе. В России это требует.
Because we control what the teacher teaches to students, and in Russia it is a part of regulation.
Поэтому для того, чтобы нам преодолевать вот эти потенциальные негативные изменения, хотя я не считаю их негативными, надо просто меняться. Нужно меняться. Меняются наши студенты, должны меняться преподаватели.
So in order to mitigate the negative effects, which I don't think are really negative effects, we need to change, both us and our students in hand.
Thank you, that was a really great question. A lot of answers. Sorry, he asked first.
Greetings. I'm sorry I wrote down what I wanted to ask. So thank you for the amazing presentations and really insightful panel discussion. I come from the world of art, and everything I heard today was really refreshing for me. I'm aware of usefulness of AI tools when it comes to sciences, both natural and humanities. But I'm interested in all your point of view on applicability of AI tools in art education, which is generally differently structured than other fields. Thank you.
Arts and creativity. None of them are from arts, let's see if we have a volunteer. Yeah? So let's artsy.
Well, I think something I also I've been thinking of that when it comes to art, there's kind of two sides. One is like the artistic or the creativity, and the other one is the technical implementation. And I think AI tools, especially Midjourney, for example, for image generation, can enable many people who are very creative and have very good ideas, but lack the technical skills to materialize those ideas. So I think, if anything, it just kind of levels the playing field for people who might be not technically capable, but still have a lot of creativity within them. So that's my opinion.
I know a little, but not enough to tell something. Our marketing is using another tool for generation of pictures and so on. So all what you see on our marketing material is generated automatically using such tools. So there are no copyright issue. Even the music is generated on that. And even the director of marketing generated some pictures that she likes and then bought, how they say, colors and so on. So she made manually the same clip what they see on the screen. It was amazing, and it was just a game. So exists such tools. So if they are practical, why not? It's not real art what is useful. After all, a lot of artists also are more or less copying each other because there are different approaches, methodologies. You see different trends in arts. So this is a normal in a normal way. It's the same. If I have to analyze 200 papers in order to prepare my PhD, it's the same what generative AI is doing. But they can take not 200 but 20,000 research papers and generate me some input to that, add some more new ideas, new discovery on that, and so on. So we are using all that, but in our mind. But machine is much faster and better. So machines should be used when they're better than us.
Thank you, Alexander. You're the Alexander Suda, the second
in some way, you already answered on my first question, that is where is AI going in the next 5 years, for example. But I'm interested in how can university prepare students for AI-driven changes in the job market? You can answer. Thank you.
How can university prepare students for AI-driven job market? Are we preparing them now, or are we going to do it? Yelena is shaking her head. Maybe
well, I can say something.
Or Maxim, I don't know. We passed you an article.
No, I'm fine. It's just saying a few words. It is just that a short answer. They're not preparing it. Well, I mean, the thing is, and this is something that I talked with Professor Thomas just this morning. He has so slow procedures, administrative procedures to change, study programs and everything, and universities are really somehow rigid and structures. And I'm actually worried about the future of university if nothing significantly changes. I really am. I mean, all my friends know about that. They keep complaining about it. So I only think that if they're somehow teachers enthusiasts, course instructors enthusiasts who are innovating their courses regardless of what is in the program, and adding some of these new stuff and things like that. But doing it in let's say traditional official way that it's currently done, I do not see how it can proceed.
Well, I would say that I am currently preparing my students in using AI tools. I'm teaching them, for example, web programming one, so the first contact with HTML and such technologies. And it's now the third week of the course, and by next week we'll have our first AI-powered activity. Because if something AI or ChatGPT excels in much better than writing is writing code. So I think using this kind of tools for writing software really makes the process much faster. So not presenting that possibility to them would kind of push them down or not let them take advantage of the existing tools. So I really advocate for having such kind of possibilities early on in the curriculum, and the idea is that they know how to do things without AI, of course, but that they can use AI to make things faster, and especially that they learn how to verify that the output from AI is correct. So that's for me the main focus.
Thank you. We have a lot of questions, so we'll move on with the questions, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much, Professor Popovic. I have prepared question. Respected dear Professor, what ethical consideration should institutions prioritize when implementing AI-based education systems? How will student privacy be implicated the development of artificial intelligence in education? Then, question.
Okay, well,
say now.
Yes, say now. Say now.
Professor Mihailov, it sounds like a question for you. You scratched on the ethical parts.
Да. Спасибо большое за очень хороший вопрос. На самом деле проблема, скажем так, именно этики при применении искусственного интеллекта, на мой взгляд, это главное, что мы должны решить, прежде чем отвечать на вопрос, как нам его применять.
Thank you for a wonderful question, and I am also of opinion that ethical question is the primary question that we must solve before we move on with the usage of AI in education.
В том примере, который я приводил, когда студент применяет искусственный интеллект в подготовке какой-то своей письменной работы,
when I told you about the example when a student uses AI to prepare his written work,
что в принципе является плагиатом,
which in all regards looks like a plagiate.
С другой стороны, если студент смог сформировать запрос так уникально, что это позволяет искусственному интеллекту выдать какой-то красивый и необычный текст, возможно, это и не совсем неправильно.
But when student makes an unique inquiry to the AI and it generates a unique answer, it's also not fully plagiated.
И насколько ценно вообще тогда на сегодняшний день вот эта только теоретическая часть?
And the question is how much we value the theory and theoretical block of education.
Возможно, здесь нет вины студента, здесь есть недоработка, скажем так, преподавателя, который не учел сегодняшние возможности студентов при постановке им заданий.
And it is possible that there is, in this example, no guilt of students, but the guilt is on the professor's side for allowing students to have the usage of the instruments.
Я не хочу обвинять преподавателей. Я 25 лет преподаю в университете, но, возможно, ответить на вопрос, что этично и что нет, ответ на вопрос, что этично и что нет, лежит в плоскости, а что мы хотим получить от конкретного задания в конкретный момент образовательного процесса.
I do not want to downgrade the professors. I'm a professor myself for 25 years, but one of the questions is not how we do something, but what result are we expecting.
И еще здесь очень важно, насколько студент и преподаватель вместе понимают, что каждая сторона может использовать искусственный интеллект в одном случае для подготовки какой-то работы, а в другом случае, что тоже не совсем корректно, для ее проверки.
And it is very important for both sides, both professor and the student, to know the rules, what they can use, and how to make the written work, and how to evaluate that, or how to use AI for those things.
Я еще раз возвращаюсь к этой идее некого свода этических правил, которые должны быть обязательно в каждом университете при применении систем искусственного интеллекта, потому что это не просто инструментарий, это явление, которое меняет систему взаимодействия преподавателя с студентом.
And I'll again return to the set of ethical rules that universities must have, because it's not just a guideline, it's a basis for the change in educational system.
Например, в нашем университете было принято решение, что мы разрешаем студентам пользоваться, официально разрешаем пользоваться искусственным интеллектом при написании выпускных профессионных работ. Просто при проверке при допуске делается указание, что работа подготовлена с использованием искусственного интеллекта.
For example, we have allowed in our university the usage of AI for writing of final works, but it must be declared that AI was used during this process.
Используемая в университете система антиплагиата показывает это, и эта информация доступна всем членам Государственной итоговой экзаменационной комиссии.
And we use our anti-plagiate system, which declared that AI was used in this particular written work, and it can be seen by all members of the commission that evaluates the student.
Соответственно, для преподавателя задача меняется. Им нужно понять, как бы смотреть не только на сам текст выпускной работы, а насколько сформированы компетенции студента, ну, в той сфере, которую мы его приготовили.
And professors do not need to just analyze the text itself. They need to analyze the usage of competencies in the work that was made by instruments.
И если он их продемонстрирует и комиссия будет удовлетворена, он получит свой заветный диплом.
And if the student passes his grade and the commission evaluates it, he will receive the grade which he earned.
То есть мы не видим в этом случае нарушения этических норм.
And in that regard, we do not see the ethical problems or ethical issues.
Ведь точно так же, когда тесты готовит не преподаватель, а искусственный интеллект, студенты же не говорят о том, что это нарушение этических норм.
Because students do not call out the ethical issues when professors themselves generate the questions for them using the AI.
Потому что преподаватель будет проверять все равно эти тесты, да, на их корректность, на их обоснованность и так далее.
Because the professor will check his tests or generate the tests for the correction.
То есть в итоге мы все равно приходим к тому, что нам необходимы какие-то некие взаимные ограничения, взаимные договоренности между студентами и преподавателями о том, как мы можем использовать систему искусственного интеллекта в образовательном процессе и насколько это допустимо.
So we must have mutual agreement between professors and students on the usage of AI and the restrictions of its usage.
Thank you. Maybe Sonsola Sorial can comment on this ethical push that we get from the institutions, because I think you both, Jelena, have a touch with Norway, and Sonsola, you're in Finland. What we've seen so far, you put in practice a lot, and maybe just comment for them what's going on at your institution, because I think Finland is very, and Norway as well, specific with its regulations.
Yeah, there's for example, storing students' data from the logs. Even in Finland, we're only allowed to keep it for a couple of months each time, so to avoid any possible data leaks or something like that. But of course, that is also harmful, because we cannot use long-term historical data to train AI models that will give us accurate outcomes about students. So yeah, of course it comes with trade-off. But answering your question, I think that well, there's two sides. One thing is using commercial AI tools in education, and regarding that, we have to be, aware that the existing tools, commercial tools, have within them a lot of biases present. For example, we saw about generating stories, for example. So we have to, be aware and also make our students aware that the output of these tools is not, 100% infallible. Like it's what it is, and they have to have some kind of AI literacy to know that whatever that comes from those tools is not always true, or not always, let's say, politically correct even. So that's on one hand, and on the other hand, about AI models that are trained on students' data, which is kind of the other side of AI in education, more close learning analytics. I think the key is to avoid these situations in which students are getting data from or outcomes that will be relevant to other students. The key is to do individual level models that are only trained and displayed to individual students. But the problem of that is that we will need long-term iterative data collection for each student. So yeah, everything comes with a trade-off, but I think that's the only way.
Okay, so regarding Norway, well, I do not know the details, but I know that they have really strict both national regulations and also regulations at the level of European Union, which is reflecting on them as well, even though they are not, I think, part of European Union. In any case, I know that even before this, let's say, Gen AI introduction, they had a project, research project, actually research and practice project, which was about personalization of learning at the level of primary and secondary schools, and it was supposed to be really broad through the country. And they had to almost stop the project because of these privacy issues. I mean, of where the data is going to be stored, how the data is going, how the privacy data is going to be protected, and things like that. It was not literally stopped in terms that it's not going to continue, but they needed to halt it for a certain period of time. They needed to find a person who has this law background to join the project team, since they were not able to deal with all the intricacies of regulations on their own. So it's really demanding on that place, on that side. On the other hand, I know that there are also technical developments that are focused on preserving data privacy in general, and that have recently started being used in analytics, at least. This group from Norway that I'm collaborating with, part of them are very much into it. Actually, I just got a paper submitted to a conference on that topic. So there are things that are happening that might help address these issues of privacy. As for ethical concerns, well, I really don't know. It's not my area. I would prefer not to comment on it.
Okay. Okay, time for one more question before we drain them out.
Hello, Jana Reškin from University of Zagreb. I agree with one of the earlier conclusions that we shouldn't ban AI tools. But however, and me personally encourage my students to use them. We have set up some rules. But I think that assessment is crucial here. What do you think? What is the key component of good and valid assessment in the era of generative AI?
Anybody?
Well, I can try. I mean, this is what I'm going to say, just my thinking about how to approach this. What I teach is programming, primarily programming and applied artificial intelligence. Well, I've been thinking a lot because I'm co-teaching courses that are introductory courses to programming in Java, in Python, also R. And, I have started thinking how we proceed with teaching this, since these schools are now doing this better than we do. But I think that I suppose we should approach it as we did so far in terms of this open book exam, where we would give students access to all APIs and everything, and then give them a task to do. I know that now it's going to be more difficult than that, but define problems, real-world problems that they would need to solve through programming, not just compute this and this, and some kind of mathematical topic to do. Knowing how to apply programming to resolve some, let's say, some kind of authentic-looking problem. At least that's my thinking so far. I'm still struggling with this myself.
So I agree with Irena that it's a bit tricky. I also teach similar courses, programming and databases. I think it's very, of course, field dependent on the same academic writing or language learning than computer science. But I think, of course, the key is to give them a task that is not as flawless. I've asked ChatGPT and whatever the output is, that would be the answer. The key is to have a bit more complex tasks in which, it's not enough with, ChatGPT cannot, let's say, tackle in one sitting. So that way we force students to have some skills that are very important in computer science that are beyond learning the syntax of a programming language, which is, like I said earlier, problem decomposition, trying to go step by step in solving a problem, and when something that, whether it's coming from ChatGPT or elsewhere, doesn't work, that they can identify why it's not working, and whether they're by themselves or again with the use of AI tools, try to fix it. So yeah, the idea is that if we give them a meaningful enough task, even if they use AI tools, if they can complete it with whatever help, then I think it's still it's valid. So I don't see the problem.
Okay, well, I need to thank you guys, thank our panelists, and I think we can sum up our roundtable discussion with a few key points that we heard from you. Obviously, we need AI literacy.
Can I ask a question, a short question, which is a bit interesting for me?
Okay, you have a microphone.
If no one else has a question.
Yeah.
Thank you, dear colleagues. We have heard about the AI evaluation tools in education. Can we use AI to evaluate the usage of AI in education, or is it an endless loop because AI evaluation tools are controlled by humans? Can we use AI to optimize that, or a philosophical side question, do we need to optimize? How much optimization is enough? Thank you.
So what would be?
Well, I can just not categorize much, but I try. So in my this test course that I described, as I have 3 levels, and for each topics I have to generate 5 questions with a number of optional answers and so on. So it's very, very time consuming for me. If the system can do it faster, and I check whether it's good, I have to check. For me, it's correct. It's like using a calculator. It's helping me not to lose time, to spend my time, but I'm responsible for this, I check it. So this is the answer. So if you work historically, everything is moving faster and faster with better tools and so on. So what? To restrict calculator. When I was in military, when I came back from military, all students get this calculator, and I was surprised, but is it allowed? Yes, of course. Oh, that's very good for them, but they have the same questions that we had without computers, without calculators. So we have to change to ask more and to change the different way, as I mentioned, more thinking, more debating. For instance, you can ask using different tools with the same topics, and the student generate different answers, different results. So we have to teach them how to define the questions, how to follow this, and how to use these tools, and then the debate when they have different results, what is better, what is wrong. So for us, it's very important that students understand what they did, but they should use AI, why not?
You don't have any more hard questions, do you? Well, once again, thank you to our panelists. And as I said, I think some of the key points came up within this discussion. It sounds like we still do need a big push towards the AI literacy, so we can actually use, but also understand what are the consequences, positive or negative, with this usage. And that will help the institutions and probably the government push this AI in the education, giving us both directions, but also regulations and ethical considerations. Thank you once again.
Now,
Diana Reški from Faculty of Organization and Information, University of Zagreb, Croatia, will speak about retrieval argument generation in large language models, development of AI chatbot for student support. Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. I will present a paper which is written with my colleague from the University of Maribor, Dino Marek. And our topic is retrieval augmented generation in large language models, development of AI chatbot for student support. First, I have to acknowledge the project that this paper is written within. It is a project funded by Croatian Science Foundation, Simon Intelligent System for Automatic Selection of Machine Learning Algorithms in Social Sciences. Basically, we are applying artificial intelligence in social sciences, in education and business. Here is the brief content of today's presentation. Here are four most important key points. So we are starting from large language models, and we are using retrieval augmented generation in combination with large language models in order to solve one of the problems that we have faced at our university, at our faculty. In order to do that, we have applied low-code approach to implement combination of large language models and retrieval augmented generation. Why low-code? I come from Faculty of Organization and Informatics, where we teach informatics students and economics students. Of course, informatics students do have technical background and they do coding. However, economics students do not. So we wanted to create one case study which can be taught for both of them. So that's why we have used low-code approach. First, so we have two aims of this paper defined. We wanted to implement artificial intelligence-based chatbot at the university level. That was first one. And the second one, we wanted to combine large language models with retrieval augmented generation by using low-code approach. In the introduction, I will just briefly go from Gen AI to the large language models. I believe that we will all agree that social perception of artificial intelligence is changed from the birth of ChatGPT. ChatGPT is part of generative artificial intelligence, which boomed almost 2 years ago. The boom which came with the birth of ChatGPT can good be seen here. And this graph shows that there were needed only 5 days for ChatGPT to achieve 1 billion users, whereas, for instance, for other popular applications such as Netflix, it took 1.5 years, or for Facebook, 4 months. So ChatGPT is part of generative AI. Here is one of the categorizations of artificial intelligence. And I believe that we would agree that something that is called narrow AI, it's a little bit of past. So there are examples of narrow AI are usage of Netflix. So if Netflix recommends the show based on your previous shows that you looked for, that are simple recommendations that are part of narrow artificial intelligence. Today, when we talk about artificial intelligence, mainly we talk about the generative artificial intelligence, which generates new content, create new content, and ChatGPT is the most famous example of that. The future is artificial general intelligence. So, ChatGPT is based on large language model, and those are models which are based on machine learning algorithms, and they are predicting next word in the sentence. And ChatGPT is interface of large language model. Here is one of categorizations. How did we come from artificial intelligence to ChatGPT? So large language models are next word predictors. So we have input sentence of words, and a large language model predicts a probability distribution for the next word. Here is one example. If we have a beginning of the sentence, this is Christopher Nolan's best movie, Don't, and we have probability distributions for various words which are next in the sentence. When we are talking about large language models, the words are represented as high-dimensional vectors, which are in this context called embeddings. And large language models are trained on massive corpus of data. When ChatGPT came up, there were lots of headlines in the newspapers. On one of them, and on the one side, they were positive, how large language models and ChatGPT will revolutionize healthcare, education, and other domains. And of course, there are lots of benefits of large language models. Some of them are emphasized on this slide. So they can perform math and logical reasoning. They can solve most of natural language processing tasks using a few examples and instructions. And there are lots of large language models applications today. In this paper, we have focused on chatbots and Q&A. So basically, through the development of AI-based chatbot, we wanted to answer the most frequent student questions. I have pointed out one of the definitions of large language models, which I personally really like, and it is from Stanford professor Andrew Ng, which says that large language models are traditional natural language processing applications on steroids. Of course, on the other hand, there are disadvantages, and there are those are the headlines which indicates the problems with the chatbots and large language models. They make errors, they hallucinate, and there is a space to research and improve them. So, on the one hand, they are black boxes. They make up facts, they hallucinate, and we do need tools and approaches to make large language models more reliable and trustworthy. So the question is how can we reduce model hallucination? And the answer is that we can incorporate knowledge by applying one of the two approaches which are highlighted here. First one is fine-tuning of large language models, and the second one is retrieval augmented generation. Fine-tuning refers to the process of retraining of large language models on smaller data sets, and since we need to fine-tune it, again, when we're doing data kind scene, fine-tuning requires high computing power. In this paper, in this research, we have used retrieval augmented generation, which refers to the process of retrieving information from external knowledge sources with the help of large language models. And that retrieval happens before answering questions with large language models. So this is the second key point, the most important part of this research, retrieval augmented generation. Why did we use that? First of all, the knowledge that is used by large language models is limited to the public data available up until their training was done. So in order to create their applications, we can process private data which is introduced after the model's training period. And this process of incorporating information into the model prompt is known as retrieval augmented generation. Retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, so it's acronym of retrieval, and by retrieval we mean that we want to retrieve most relevant data. The second part is augmented, so we augment query with the context, and the last part is generation, where we generate response. So there are three phases of retrieval augmented generation. Key components of each RAG system are enlisted here. So it is, of course, language model. Then we have database, vector store, retriever, embedder, and indexer. What are their tasks and why do we need them? The foundation of each retrieval augmented generation architecture is large language model. Of course, there are lots of them. OpenAI large language model is the most famous one. Then we need database, which is central for retrieval functionality because it stores document embeddings in order to search the data. Then we have a retriever. So the idea is to utilize the vector store to locate the documents and passage the augment the prompts. And at the end we have embedder, which encodes source documents into vector representation that retriever can zoom. And at the end we have indexer. So to reprocess those documents, we want to break them into manageable passages for embedding an efficient lookup. So why using those components? We want to assess the knowledge resources and we want to get improved responses. We have used that combination in order to solve some of the we call educational problems. We have enlisted some of the problems here. However, we have focused on the first one, that was automated administrative support. Our YSDIN for teaching have faced lots of students' questions which can be solved by just implementing simple chatbot, which would retrieve information from the university and faculty web page and the main documents where are the rules which are important for the student. So, such administrative tasks, so like answering student queries, process their application, can be responded, can be solved by using implementation of large language models with retrieval augmented generation. And our aim was to automate responses to the students' frequently asked questions. In order to do so, we have used Flowwise AI. As I said, we wanted to use low-code approach. And Flowwise AI is open source tool, which is developed to build customized large language models flows. Since it is a low-code or even a no-code, it reduces the need for the coding skills, and it can be used by users with minimal technical expertise. Main features of this tool are enlisted here. So it has pre-built components. On the second slide, we will see the main components. It has drag and drop interface, integration capabilities, and enable us analytics and monitoring. Here are the main components, or they call it integrations. And in some papers, you will find analogies with the playing Legos. So we choose from each of the group the components that we need for their agents, chat models, embeddings, memory retrievers, text splitters. I will show in the next few slides which of the components did we use. First of all, in order to implement RAG system, we needed document loaders, and here are enlisted some of them which Flowwise offers. We used here two document loaders. One is document loader of PDF file, where we have incorporated rules from the faculty, and we had few PDFs. And the other one was this Cheerio Web Scrapper, which loads data from our web page. So we have two parts, Croatian web page and the English for the foreign students that we have on student exchange. The second one are text splitters. They split text into the chunks, into the smaller part, and we have used here recursive character text splitter, and we have defined chunk size of 200. The second part was vector store, which enables us storage of the embeddings that we previously developed. Here we have used in-memory vector store in this part. Then we have embeddings. Here we have used OpenAI embedding. Chain is probably, along with the large language model, the most important part because it allows us to save the context of the conversation. So we have used chain as the most important model besides large language model, and here we have used conversational retrieval Q&A chain. And of course, we need model, we need large language model, and in the first version of the prototype, we have used OpenAI model. Here is the health of the all of the model. I have to mention that, of course, before we started to develop this prototype, we have defined functional and non-functional requirements, which needs to be satisfied along with a chatbot. And at the end, we have performed evaluation of this prototype by using students, and they have tested it. However, one of the parts that we need to improve the most is that part of the evaluation. It is only a prototype, so there is a lot of work to be done. And of course, some other limitations are going towards data bias and ethical implications. So that's it from my side. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Diana. And do we have some question for Diana?
I have a question. Yeah, thank you for the really insightful presentation today. It's really very current. One of the questions that you said you connected with OpenAI. Does it mean OpenAI APIs with an open source one, or with OpenAI, whatever, ChatGPT 4.01 or something? And the problem with that, if you have that I'm really wanted to ask, because AI actually itself evolves over time. We have a new version every week or 2 or 3 or 4, and each time they have different weights and different guardrails, and sometimes they raise something, they decrease something. I think it becomes a little bit exhaustive to control what comes out of that. I mean, a fixed or a stable or a frozen or a locked-in open source model that you can, this is not actually fine-tuned, but you can please implement some guardrails would be better. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, I agree, it's really challenging. That's why when I said that we have used OpenAI model, I said currently. Because of that reason that you mentioned, we have used APA key, right, to assess it. But now we find some free alternatives that are not so good, and in the next version we will probably apply that. And the reasons are the one that you mentioned.
Yeah, and also there is a cost of per use. Every chat you have to pay something. Every chat you have, if somebody's gaming it, if a bot or something. Then
yes. When we first started with that, there were some number of free tokens. However, now there aren't any free options, so you have to pay everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have one more question.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. I'm just wondering, since you're using OpenAI, so how it stands from the perspective of protecting data, privacy, and students' data, and so on, since the data is sent actually to OpenAI, and what is the university standpoint in that respect? And another thing also practical in terms, you mentioned it's costly. I mean, how you're planning to handle that part, because it's it can be a kind of barrier to adoption.
Yeah. To answer your first question, we for the RAG components, we use only data that is publicly available. So data on our websites, data from the documents that are publicly available, and it is not yet deployed. So students tested it in labs context, right? Yeah. And for the second question, the costs are high, that when it's going to go into deployment, we will probably use other large language model.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question?
Thank you, Diana. A really lovely presentation. Just one question more. I also wanted to ask about the pricing. I know that's always a problem with things like this. And did you make some comparison, ChatGPT, Bar, Llama, etc.? Do you have some insights about that, considering your experiment and prototype?
No, fortunately, no. We didn't make any comparisons yet, but I think we will have to. Because some evaluations show that OpenAI model is not the best. Claude is better in many terms. So this one is expensive and not really the best one on the market.
Okay. We will wait next year for new results.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So Diana, thank you one more time. And our next lecturer is Luca Bullian. And Luca will talk about development of the adaptive learning concept at CADNet. I'm sorry I didn't say that Luca is from CADNet. It is Croatian
Academic and Research
Network. Croatia, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so glad there are people who are working with prototypes and have problems with money, because this is, I guess, a recurring theme. So, good day, dobar dan svima. I am Luka Buljan and I'm part of this very big team that worked on developing an adaptive learning system, not system yet, concept, because financial reasons. Today I'm going to talk about how we tried to develop it, what problems we had, what thoughts we had about it, and how we tried to make it into something real that's not actually yet real, and it has its problems and possibilities to improve, of course. First of all, as you saw, there were a lot of people working on this. I just got lucky to get sent here to Belgrade to talk about it. It was an all-encompassing theme, so we had psychologists, sociologists, economists, and people from educational sciences, teachers with experiences, engineers, mathematicians, like everybody was involved in some kind or form. I'm just going to take a few seconds to talk about not adaptive learning, not yet personalized learning. I guess everybody knows what adaptive learning here is, but basically it's the idea of taking data and talking with students, gathering data from many and various points in order to make educational materials that will help students to get some intrinsic motivation in what they are learning and hopefully make them love what they learn. That's our goal, at least. It is very, I'm sorry, do you hear me well when I talk? Okay. The idea here is that adaptive learning is very closely related to learning analytics and personalized learning in a manner that they are synergistic. Adaptive learning wants to know what learning analytics knows, gather data from there, and then adapt teaching and to adapt teaching materials so students can enjoy what they do and learn better because they are better motivated. We are lucky right now because we live in a world where AI is all-encompassing and it's ever-present. So the idea is to create a system which will use artificial intelligence in the background to mainly motorize what we want to do with adaptive learning. Why adaptive learning? Well, because of three key characteristics. Because it promotes independent and critical thinking, because students can choose when to learn and how to learn. We provide the paths that are already there for them to learn in lessons in e-learning, but they get to choose how and when to go through them, which leads to the second thing, that is self-regulation and self-pacing, because as the famous and very wise Rafiki from Lion King said, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So when they choose to go forward, move forward with something they want to learn about, they will be more motivated and hopefully retain information better. And the third thing is that it's very, very inclusive. So in the most inclusive sense of the word, because it's not only inclusive in the sense that in terms of learning disabilities, auditory or visual impairments, it's inclusive because it's very, very personalized, because we have a lot of data about students that are going through our lessons. Of course, in order to make a good system about adaptive learning, we have to have some theoretical foundations. What we have found is that Bloom's taxonomy and Gardner's multiple intelligences, and of course aptitude treatment interaction by Cronbach, are very in line with our wishes and plans about for adaptive learning. Very shortly, I'm not sure how many social scientists there are here or educational specialists, but I'm just going to explain it shortly. Bloom is fairly known for his cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains, in which he talks about information processing. So students go through learning in a cognitive, affective, or psychomotor domain, where cognitive means you learn by reading, logical thinking, you learn by getting to know stuff that you think about. Affective domain, the affective domain is a way to anchor those the things you learned in your emotion, attitudes, so it sticks better, so you have better retention. And psychomotor domain, of course, is when you learn by doing, by moving, by dropping and dragging things on the screen, unfortunately, as we have to keep in mind that we are doing everything online in e-learning. Gardner's multiple intelligence, Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences says that motivation is key, and that students need to be, that we need to know students, so we could tailor the educational material to their strengths and preferences. So we have to know beforehand what students like, how is their prior knowledge, so we could find something they're passionate about, motivate them, and let them motivate themselves intrinsically, so they could be happy about learning and promote their retention of information. Finally, the aptitude treatment interaction. Well, if anybody knows about Cronbach, we know what we can expect from him. He wants data-driven things. He wants to measure everything. He wants to have a lot of questionnaires. He wants to have a lot of data points. So he could do something he calls microadaptive teaching, which is basically constantly changing the students, the material students get, in order to better promote, in order to enable them to learn better, because they are very constantly challenged by things they are passionate about. I'm sorry. Student content. What we are, based on those three theories, we thought about those founding blocks we have here. And that is basically, we found that, we decided that we need to take into account their prior knowledge. So every time you have a new student, you have to have an assessment of their prior knowledge to know where to start from, because knowing what they already know and knowing their preferred or dominant learning style, which should be, in our case, it's right now only visual. By combining those two information about them, we can tailor tests and materials that will keep them in what is called the zone, where the material is challenging in order to motivate them, but not too hard in order to demotivate them from learning. Motivation in itself, as Gardner said, plays a very important role, and our idea was that motivation can be related to gamification. So you have to make something that students will want to play with, basically. You have to gamify all your content so they can go through stuff, educative materials in a fun way. I mean, it's very challenging because in our system we are talking about rational numbers, so it's mathematics, and it's not always easy to do something fun with mathematics. But the idea is that if you provide them some sense of accomplishment when they finish something, you give them points, you give them badges, you give them some bosses they have to defeat, they will be intrinsically motivated to do stuff like that. And finally, of course, self-regulated learning means that if we hit just right those prior knowledge, learning styles, and motivate them through gamification, they will want to learn, and they will have this agency to move forward with learning because they are self-regulated and move at their self-pace. Adaptive feedback is also very important, so we want to keep them engaged all the time. Basically, what we want to do is that every time they finish a task, they do a test, they finish a lesson, they get immediate and tailored feedback to their difficulty level, to their interests, it's basically always personalized feedback, so they can think that they are the center of their learning universe. And finally, it's about empowering students so they have autonomy over what they are learning and how they learn. The idea, so the theories we use and the concepts we try to integrate are impossible to do without technology and technological advancement, because although AI is ever-present right now, we want to use it in order to analyze students, their progress in real time, so we will give feedback in real time, because if you can't analyze what they're doing, as somebody of our colleagues today said, if you're going to have results at the end of the year, you're already too late, so you have to constantly be in touch with students. 5 minutes, yeah, oh great. The AI is going to collect data, is going to give feedback, and is going to adjust lessons all the time in order to make students excited about what they're doing. Gamification, of course, already mentioned, it's designed to engage, and it's possible to do with normal stuff like Moodle, H5P, and various plugins that are free to use, which is basically our need and want when we are talking incarnate. We want to conceive systems that are free to use for oral end users. And here we come to this simplified schematic, which I told you was about rational numbers. The idea is right now, because it's not an AI-powered magic learning machine yet, the idea is to produce a lesson, any lesson that students are going through from top to down, of course. It's firstly they listen to a short video or lesson which is an introduction to rational numbers, so they can repeat what they already know or maybe don't know yet. And they take the initial test, which is made up of initial test of mathematics before rational numbers, and additionally addition and subtraction of rational numbers. Based on the results on those tests, they get their difficulty level. So it's not unsatisfactory because it's demotivating, but it needs improvement, satisfactory, good, very good, and exceptional. The idea is to tailor every single difficulty category to something they are passionate about. Right now it's a priori defined categories, which are science, music, sport, and fantasy. Fantasy is finally complete, so exceptional is not an exceptional category, but it's a boss fight with a dragon, where you, after you finish your first test, or you move through classes before which are less difficult, you can get to the boss fight and finish in style by defeating the boss. Every time a student goes through any of these boxes, he gets new tests which will keep him engaged and keep him learning, but not nobody can jump from satisfactory to very good because it's going to be difficult. So they're going to jump to satisfactory to good and move forward by learning and keeping and retaining that knowledge until they come to a reasonable expectancy of knowledge. Finally, of course, they have additional challenges and an assessment of how they did through the test, through the lesson. In conclusion, I mean, we are trying to do something that's forward-thinking. We like to think about it like forward-thinking, but actually adaptive learning analytics is something that has been around for decades, but it's right now very, very important to merge them and try to find a synergy between those elements of education with AI. We combine them and see what can happen. And the next steps are the piloting of this system, which is not finished yet, and find a way to integrate AI in this adaptive learning system, because without AI, unfortunately, it's all just a string of ifs and algorithms that are not that very intelligent. Oof, this was hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you for the nice presentation. Do somebody have a question?
Well, it was a good, interesting presentation. But I will ask you something. If you want to implement adaptive learning, because we are doing this same, but we have some practical problem, because under our accreditation criteria, we cannot have e-learning without traditional learning. So we have students in class and out of class. They are both there. So how we can implement adaptive learning to those who have face-to-face learning and teaching in the classroom? Because it is assumed that it's learning.
Yeah.
But when it's not, what to do?
It's much harder because it takes a lot of information you have to keep in your mind as a teacher, as example. But we can use maybe, we could use augmented reality, for example, where you could have a system of learning analytics that is going to sound weird, like Black Mirror thing. If you have information that hover around over the heads of students, when you know, okay, he's interested in Metallica, he's interested in soccer, football, I'm sorry. He's interested in these things and has problems with logarithmics or something like that. So maybe we could use some kind of augmented reality to help us do that. But without virtual interactions and augmented realities, I'm not sure how that could be possible, because you have to keep all that information in your head, which many professors and teachers are used to do, but it's not possible to keep this much of information in your head. So I would say maybe augmented reality could be a thing, but I'm willing to take comments.
Thank you. We have one more. Okay.
Thank you very much. Excellent lecture. My interesting question, integration Bloom, taxonomy integrated artificial intelligence. Bloom, taxonomy is relationship, cognitive objective. Please.
I'm sorry, what?
Taxonomy, Bloom taxonomy,
yeah.
Integrated artificial intelligence.
Yeah, and I didn't understand the question.
What is Bloom taxonomy?
Okay. Sorry.
It's very well taxonomy.
Yeah,
we are using this
it's a classic. It's a classic about Bloom's taxonomy. He talks about those domains in which you can learn and process information. So, through cognitive, I'm not still sure I understood the question, but I'm going to explain what I know. Through cognitive learning,
Remember,
yes.
understanding, analysis.
Okay, so I don't have it.
It's very complicated.
Yes.
Bloom taxonomy is very complicated. Sociology, information system, in artificial intelligence, integrated system. Please, Professor.
Okay, I'm sorry, we don't have too much time. We have one more question.
Welcome to Belgrade. Sorry. Luca, thank you for your presentation. I mean, we had with Renata and Alexandra long discussions about your concept coming up in Vodica last year. So I found it very interesting that you presented your concept. So hopefully short answers because we don't have a lot of time, and if we prolong, we'll just chat afterwards. You put there the adaptive assessments. I think that's how you had it towards the end of your flowchart. What do you actually consider in your concept as the adaptive assessment? Is it something where you recommend the content, or you recommend certain steps, or what actually?
It would be just an assessment, because we kind of meandered off that idea because we weren't sure how to make it work, because you have to have a pre-test where they.
Not a pre-test. Afterwards, you have.
But you would have to have a pre-test before you can have a post-test. So you have to quiz students about their knowledge prior to their lesson and then after the lesson. But you would have actually to do it with two groups. One group that went through the adaptive system, learning by adaptive learning, and the other group or other groups that would learn in various other ways. So it would be very complicated to do it in practice. Okay.
This is just for research.
Yeah, this was just in concept. It would be nice to see if they had any differences, if adaptive learning was actually useful in that case.
Are you preparing new lessons, or are you using the lessons that you guys already have? Do you have a lot of digital material?
We have a lot of digital material. We collaborated with the teachers that gave us their digital materials. We have digital materials that are made at Carnet, of course, but this adaptive learning would have a combination of both, plus specialized videos and stuff like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you one more time, Luca.
Thank you.
Our next presentation will be by Emilia Kisic from Faculty of Information Technology, Metropolitan University. Emilia will speak about comparative analysis of students' performances across different courses in higher education. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I will now represent the paper. Do you hear me now? Okay. Present the paper titled "The Comparative Analysis of Student Performance Across Different Cohorts in Higher Education." This is paper of my colleagues, Professor Miroslava, Jovana, Professor Nemanja, and Professor Park, and I will present our results considering this paper. The goal of this paper was tracking the engagement of students, but so far in scientific literature we can find that usually scientists and researchers, they track the student performance and the engagement, and then they analyze their pre-exam activities, and after that they predict how they will succeed on the exam, and they use different machine learning algorithms, they compare the results, etc. But recently, in some newer literature, we can find that these predictions sometimes can be misleading or even totally unuseful when we really want to have insight about the data and real learning analytics and behavior of our students during semester. So prediction is fine, but sometimes it's not enough, if I can say so. So we wanted through this paper to compare student engagement during two cohorts. It is the cohort that had the same pre-exam activities in 2 academic years, 2022-23 and 2023-24. We had data from the course that had totally same pre-exam activities, and we could use that to make a really fair comparison between our students on that 2 different cohorts. So we had 3 main research questions. What are the similarities between 2 cohorts? Can learner data on pre-exam activities can be grouped into clusters, and are these clusters meaningful? And third question was, can we make conclusions about differences between individual students and other students from the same cluster after we did clusterization of our data? So we used the course Computer Organization. Here are our Metropolitan University Faculty of Information Technology, because we had really good and fair data, because we had totally the same pre-exam activities in 2 academic years. So we used the data to make fair comparison. And we collected our data through learning activity management system and institutional information system. So we gathered all the data we needed to perform analysis. And our research methodology included different distributions, visualization techniques. We used hierarchical clustering using word method, and we used all these techniques so we could answer to our research questions that we posed at the beginning of our research. And when we gathered the data and made analysis, we finally could make some conclusions. Before I jump to the results, just to explain short how course was designed. We had on cohort 1, that was academic year 22-23, we had 83 active students, and on cohort 2, 23-24 academic year, we had 102 students. We had 15 lessons that were spread over a 15-week semester, and each lesson was taught through 1 week. We had 14 homeworks, 5 tests, and 1 course project. And here you can see how we had pre-exam activities through the weeks, and that each test covered the first 3 lessons, and etc. I will not now read the course structure, but when we started our research, we thought, okay, we had week after week, and every week our students did something, so we thought this could be some sequence analysis, although we do not have some log data, as for example Jelena today was talking about, but we thought that we could approach to the problem as some sort of sequence, because we had students' activities from week to week, from first week until 15th week. And now I will first show on the figure left, we have visualization of our students' pre-exam activities for the year 22-23. And on the figure right, we have also visualization of students' pre-exam activities, but for the year 23-24. As you can see from these figures, although we have totally different generations of students, we can see some similar patterns. And we can say that there is some similar behavior between generations, although we have totally new students in these 2 academic years. They had totally the same pre-exam activities and totally same homeworks and same tests. So we really think that our comparison is fair. And when we first got these figures, we were really surprised that there is some pattern, and we really can conclude that there is similarity between two generations. So we continued with our analysis. We wanted to check out the distribution of students' pre-exam activities. As you can see, when you see the distribution of homework scores, we see that there is very big overlap between distributions. Also, when we talk about test score distributions, and here is the distribution of project scores and final distribution of exam scores. You will see later that there is the, if I can say so, the biggest difference when we see distribution of exam scores, but distributions of pre-exam activities really overlapped a lot. And we really can say that we expected this at some point, but we didn't expect this much similarity between 2 generations. So for better visualization, we on this first image that I showed to you, here are concrete activities from week to week, as we had homework 1, homework 2, homework 3, test 1 in the 3rd week. These are the weeks that you see more activities, and it was a little bit inconvenient for analysis. So we thought that maybe we could make some averaging of their activities and watch that on the weekly level. So this visualization is the sequence of student activity with all their activities averaged through the weeks. And when you see like this, it is not too much informative. Only that I will explain it now before I continue. With green color, we said that we have high achievement. Middle color are middle achievers, and with red colored are signed low achievers. I will now point out something that Jelena said in her lecture. We took these thresholds as we thought that is logical. This threshold is something that we choose. Maybe if we change the threshold, maybe we will get some other distribution. We don't know that. That is something that can be further discussed and researched. But our logic was, on weekly level, students who had less than 50% of the points, we declared them as low achievers. Between 50% and 70%, we had middle achievers, and higher than 70%, we had high achievers. Of course, I said we can change these thresholds. That is first thing that I wanted to point out now. And second, when we take this visualization, it is not quite straightforward what our students did and how they, we cannot track them very well. So we decided to group them on weekly level just to see are there any patterns that are similar between 2 generations. And yes, there is. And we can say, and we got that conclusion from distribution that I showed you a few slides before. There is some difference between exam points and how they showed up on the exam. And considering pre-exam activities, we can say that we have similar pattern between 2 generations of students. So our next question was, can we somehow cluster our students into clusters and find the similarities between our clusters? And yes, we did. We use the hierarchical clustering award method, and here on the figure you can see for generation 2022-23 3 clusters. I can say that the smallest cluster with REC students, those are low achievers. That is a really cluster that showed up maybe the best performances, because in that cluster are really students that were inactive for 14 weeks. And as you see, the last column of the image is not 15 weeks, it's the exam points. They also failed on the exam. So these are really low achievers, considering pre-exam activities and their exam success. We have a cluster that is, you see above at the top of the figure. It is something in the middle. We have students that were inactive during semester and also failed on the exam. But if you can see here, we have students that were, just a second, I went, sorry for this. Okay, I wanted you to show, okay, you can see they were inactive during semester, but at the end they were green. That means that they passed the exam and were successful. So we cannot say for them that they are straightforward in the cluster. And the biggest cluster here, those are the best students. Most of them were engaged during semester and passed the exam, but we also have some of them, few of them, that were engaged during semester but failed the exam. So, similar conclusion is for next generation of students, where we also have a very good extracted cluster of students that were low achievers during semester and low achievement on the exam, and semester of middle success students and cluster of, we can say, success students. But in the cluster of the success students, we also have these students that were engaged during semester, but they failed on the exam. And that is something that I will discuss later. But our research question has answered, we can cluster our students, and these clusters are very meaningful and really give us insight into our student engagement during semester. So, our third question was, are there differences between individual students and other students in the same cluster? So, to identify that, here we use Euclidean distance from the center of the cluster, and as you can see, figure left is one generation, figure right is second generation. Students that are blue, they are more close to the center of the cluster, as students that are red, they're more far away. So we decided to put this in numbers. We have, for both generations, about 20% of students that are far away from the center of the cluster, which means those are the students that I was talking about. They were engaged during semester, but they failed on the exam, or vice versa. They were inactive during semester, and they did good on the exam. And those are the groups of the students that fall in this 20%. I also wanted to show you a visualization of these distances, and as you can see from these histograms, none of the students was in the center of the cluster. They're all fall more far from the center. None was on the average. So after whole analysis, we can make some conclusions considering our research question. First, there are similar patterns in behavior between these two cohorts in 2 academic years, and we saw these similarities through pre-exam activities. When we talk about exams, there are some dissimilarities, but pre-exam activities really show very similar behavior in our student engagement, and that is something that is worth of thinking about. Also, we answered on our second research question. We clustered our students, and we got really good clusters, and we can say that students from the same cluster have very similar pattern behaviors. But we must be aware of portion of students that will fall far away from the center of the cluster, and that is something that also today Elena discussed. Those are not outliers, those are our students. And we cannot put all students in the same algorithm and in the same conclusion matrix, if I can say so. We must have that individual approach. As we saw on the image here, we had students that were totally inactive during semester, and they passed the exam. They had maybe a good mark. Here is not focus on the mark. Here is the focus on tracking the student progress, and when needed, to intervene during semester on time. And this is the purpose of this analysis. Can we use these conclusions and make interventions on time? So we have about 60% of students, they follow similar patterns as the students in their corresponding clusters. And about 20% they do not. And these are the students that we must be focused on and to decide what to do. As I said, none of them fall into the cluster scheme. And for some future work, can we use these conclusions for early intervention during semester when needed? Well, yes, maybe for, I will now go back to my first slide. Is there any sense to make predictions, to use machine learning algorithms, and to draw conclusions to whole population? Or we should be more careful and use more individual approach and consider our outliers, because we don't have 1% of outliers, we have 20% of outliers in both generations. So that means that we must be careful with machine learning, training, and having conclusions that are oriented to the whole population of students. We must have that individual approach, and somehow to be smart, as I will again say something that Jelena said today, probably something that we have to investigate more, that is students' motivation. But we also had bad experience with surveys. We also gave to our students survey on the beginning of the semester, survey at the middle of semester, survey at the end of the semester, and we couldn't extract anything useful from this data. Maybe something that Jelena proposed, every week some small, I don't know, not survey, something that they will talk about their motivation, and something that we can really use to intervene on time for those students that are critical students, as I can say. So something like hybrid approach is something for our future work, and maybe something to think about why only one machine learning model. In industry, it's common practice that when you have different types of data, you use several machine learning models. We can make models for specific groups of students and draw meaningful conclusions, and be careful for the group of students that are different in behavior from other students from their cluster. So that's all for me.
Thank you very much. Presentation. Do you have some questions?
Thank you. Well, it's a good work. Obviously, you show that there are some similarities in 2 years. There are very good students, very bad students, and so on. You identify that they need different approaches and so on. And it's a good, I think, presentation of the results of our process. But what I expect next, what to do, that means to have reliable monitoring week by week, to identify those who are in problems. But the most important thing, what to offer. Because practically now we want to implement adaptive and personal learning, or e-learning, but what to do. Whether to repeat those who failed, to give them again, to read the same material, or to modify the material, or to do something else, to help them to understand what they need to understand. And so, what is therapy? Diagnosis is good, but if we don't have a therapy, no use of diagnosis. So we have to do both things. That's what I'm all the time talking. We have to integrate machine learning, that is diagnostics. But what is therapy? This is more knowledge management that have to create new knowledge pieces that somebody have to learn again. Probably our teaching material is not good enough, we have to modify. So also to have different levels, as we already discussed, 3 levels, probably 6 level is better, so that we provide appropriate materials, appropriate tests, appropriate problems, homeworks, and so on, and to have really adaptive system. So as the doctor check us every week and give a new medicine and so on, so we have to do the same. So the system should be integrated in this sense. It's not enough that we just make the diagnosis and see, oh, that's it. But how to solve the problem? And our problem is to have better results. Drop out down, to allow students to maximize their potentials. They are not equal, and we cannot expect that all are best, but to provide appropriate service, educational service for each class of students. So this is our problem, to integrate all our work in such a way. So this is my suggestion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor. Yes, it remains the challenge, of course, and I believe that there is always trial and error approach, and we must try several methods to see what will give the best or good, not best, maybe good results, and then to try again in several iterations. Maybe we could approach to the solution of the problem. Maybe we do not know immediately at the moment, and we will need time to find the therapy, as you said, but certainly after a certain amount of time, I suppose some cure will come out. And there is, of course, ISILA project that is working on the same problem, so we hope that there will be some good results.
Generative AI could help us probably to modify our material quickly and personalize to specific students, so a group of students and so on. So we have to think about this as well. This is our new things that we didn't know before December 22. So now we can implement this as well.
We will try all the weapons we have.
Thank you. We have one more question.
Thank you for presentation. Just one more question. What were the results with the individual difference from their cluster that includes the different number of clusters included?
Did I understand the question? Did I try different number of clusters?
Yes,
I did. I chose 3 clusters because I used some methods that suggested that the optimal number is 3. So I used silhouette method for hierarchical clustering, and it gave me 3. But I also tried 2. It was not good because 2 cluster is small. We don't have. We are losing the smallest cluster with bad students, so results were not good. But with 4 clusters, that's something that we can discuss about, because then we get more fine clusterization, but it is questionable, 3 or 4. Because silhouette method suggested 3, we decided to take 3, but I think that 4 could also work out. We tried all, and we tried N for 2, N for 3, N for 4 clusters, these distances, and we got almost the same results. Very similar distributions, very similar numbers in those pie charts. None of the students in any combination didn't fall in the mean of the cluster, and we saw that that's it. it was the same for all combinations. So we didn't try with 5 clusters. It would be too much.
Thank you.
Okay.
One more quick question.
Very interesting work and presentation. You said at the beginning that you have set a boundary switching logical, right?
Right.
Did you vary that values? And do you think that your results are sensitive to the different values and how much?
Well, when we choose those thresholds based on some experience during teaching, what could be some student that we can pronounce him as a low achiever, middle achiever, and good achiever. We tried to we tried some different thresholds and got similar results because we didn't go to some extreme. We tried maybe to 80 instead of 70 and so on, but in these limits, because we know regarding our experience and how we give them grades, that these are some thresholds that could be in the context of our research. But it is a good question, really. And again, we are coming to the question that we had in the morning about data preparation, etc. Maybe if we tried some other approach, we would get some maybe different results. I didn't say that scaling, because I thought it's very important because we have different scales for homeworks and tests and exam points, and we thought it would be totally fair, as I can say so, to scale everything to same scale, and for sensitivity of clustering algorithms, etc. and distances. So I think that we did that good, but I'm sure that we could do some more things and some other transformation that could affect the result. That is something to research more further.
Okay, thank you, Amina, one more time. And we will conclude this session with comparative analysis of machine learning-based predictive models of student success survey versus learning management system data. Alen Kicic will, from Metropolitan University, Zagreb, Croatia, will present it.
Hello, thank you. So, I'm glad to be here. Can you imagine this? My surname is Kisic, before me was Kisic, so this is small difference between Croatia and Serbia, but I can say, because I'm first time here, već sam došao. Tek sam počeo već dosadno. I'm glad to be here first time on this conference, first time in scientific conference in Belgrade in my past or not, but I can say that I know very good Belgrade, and I went to the past in my head, and I was first time in Belgrade 20 years ago, when I was young PR manager in Podravka. You know Podravka, you know Vegeta, you know Chocolino. So I'm not... you're laughing because you see that I was working in food industry. And I was then young manager with a lot of energy and less of knowledge. But after Podravka, I was working in Belgrade, so I know very good Belgrade. I was head of corporation in communication, in Metro Cash and Carry. When Metro Cash and Carry entering in Serbian market, so I was business experience, let's say, in Metro. And I had, I can say, good career in business, but nobody's perfect. So after that, I go to politics. And I was a professional politic. I was vice governor or vice prefect in Varaždin County in the north of Croatia. And 2017, I lost the election for mayor of Varaždin, and after this I finished with politics and I go to science. So I'm not typical scientist also today because I'm working on Metropolitan University. This is a private university in Zagreb, but this is my part-time job. In my real life, in my business, I'm CEO of the biggest Croatian entrepreneurship zone. That was a tax-free zone before Croatia go to entering in the European Union. So now I'm CEO of this business zone, which is 4,000 employees, and this is the biggest zone in Croatia, also in the north of Croatia, in the Varaždin. So this is maybe first 5 minutes, or now I have more than something about this my presentation. So comparative analysis of machine learning based predictive models of student success. I can say that I have also this machine learning. I have these activities on Bern University, but this data in this analysis are not from this university. These are from University of Zagreb, from my mentor on my doctoral dissertation. So agenda, introduction. This is 5 minutes about me. So related work, research goals, data description and methodology, research results and conclusion. Introduction, predicting student success. Predicting the academic success of students is important to serve as a basic for early intervention and optimization of educational resources. Traditional approach surveys have been the primary tool for gathering data on student habits, attitudes and perceptions, serving as the foundation for developing predictive models. Something similar I was working in my doctoral dissertation, where I compare political election on French local election, where I have survived about how activities of political candidate for mayor, for example, in Paris, how this in comparison with traditional political surveys or political enquetes. So this was something similar like this approach here. New approach is LMS data. So with the adoption of learning management system, new potential, more effective methods for predicting student success based on LMS data came up. Advantage of this data is they are of course faster, eliminates the need for the time-consuming process of survey design and distribution. And I am from business, so the very important thing is to be cheaper. Reduces the costs associated with conducting surveys and processing data. Advantages, simple, so automated data collection that minimizes human error and bias. More dynamic, can track student progress in real time and predict potential challenges before they become critical. Related work. Numerous studies have explored the use of statistical and machine learning algorithms to model student success, with the focus on identifying the most important factors and developing accurate predictive models. Diverse data sets were used previously for student success prediction. Personal information, for example, academic evaluations, LMS activities, psychological factors, student environment, homework projects, so a lot of this parameter. The research objectives, goals of this research are to compare the performance of machine learning algorithms on data sets from learning management systems with data sets obtained from sources to find out which one gives better predictive models of student success. Also to identify predictors of students' academic success by using their subjective opinions and usage of LMS. The research flow was that first was data collection and preparation, survey LMS data, predictive model development based on survey and LMS data with two machine learning algorithms, model evaluation comparison of models, that was the third one, and methodology which I took in this was artificial neural networks and decision tree. For example, in my doctoral dissertation, I have four methodologies. For this was, I think, enough to do. So artificial neural networks, complex machine learning systems consist of interconnected nodes of neurons organized into layers, capable of processing and transforming input data through a series of mathematical operations to produce a desired output, and decision trees, machine learning algorithm that use a tree-like structure. It starts from the root node and branches into possible outcomes, where each node represents a test of an attribute, each branch an outcome of the test, and each leaf node a final decision or classification. Data descriptions. So, as I mentioned, the sample consists of students of University of Zagreb. That was 76 students who took the course and fulfilled the survey, and their LMS activity at the Moodle. These students were from third year of study on study of information technology, and in this faculty of organization and informatics, where Professor Reshki is professor, but she wasn't my professor at my doctoral dissertation and my doctoral study, and so students were from this faculty. Variables are categorized as course organization and communication, 4 of them, course materials at LMS 1, knowledge and skills examination 3, and teaching at general 10. Students were asked to express their level of agreement with each statement. All variables use a Likert scale, so from 1 to 5. LMS variables, that was 11 of them, so that were file, forum, student report, folder choice, file submission, overview report, page, system, test, and assignment. Each variable represents number of students logs to specific activity or research. So here are research results, which is of course most important of this. So we can see here model, and we can see R-square and race. So this was pretty good results. And neural network predictive model evaluation, you can see that, for example, R-square is survey-based predictive models 0.546 and LMS-based predictive model 0.743. Sorry, this was for decision tree. Next one is models comparison. So my interest in this course, this is the first graphical, and second was is all my obligation and deadlines in the course are clearly definite. So this is, as you can see, more or less the same. And third one is the teaching materials are clear to me and help me to learn. So here is pretty big difference. Sensitivity analysis for survey-based predictive models, and here we see this analysis. File submission is more or less the same. Here is also assignment. This is also the big difference, and file is also more or less the same. So results discussion. survey-based predictive model. So survey-based predictive model achieved lower reliability. So R² was 0.671, and the higher error rate that was 0.342. The LMS-based predictive model outperformed the survey-based model by pooled criteria. So this was two criteria, reliability and accuracy. And third, sensitivity analysis was performed on both predictive models with the aim to identify most important predictors. And the short conclusion, LMS data outperforms surveys. Research results contribute to further digitalization of higher education and support applications for artificial intelligence and machine learning for decision making. In future research, a larger sample of students will be employed along with students or different study programs. IT students investigated here have specific characteristics and that should be taken into account when we generalizing the results. So I think that this is enough for now, because I see that organizer watch me because we are half and more in the late. So I'm finished, and if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Alan. Do you have some questions?
I'm from business. In business time,
Ladies first.
There are still questions.
I think it's a very interesting topic to investigate. Your results show that artificial neural networks are more accurate than decision tree. However, we have heard in the great keynote earlier that interpretation is very important. So when you take into account accuracy on one side and interpretation on the other side, what would you suggest to use artificial neural networks or decision tree, since I think that difference wasn't really big in your results?
My favorite place in Belgrade is 2 years or Vajala, and we have to be there at 6, so that means that I will be shortly. And I will say on your question just one, that is that my recommendation, let's say, is decision tree, because just one. The most important thing is that this is more interpretable, if I said enough, if I said good, because interpretation is much more easier and much more bigger. I don't have English word, but when we met in Varaždin, I can tell you this obsession.
Thank you. One more question.
Okay, just to say welcome back to Belgrade first. It's good to have you around. My question was related to the neural network, because we haven't seen a lot of information about the design of the neural network. So maybe you can shed some light on that. What type of neural network you used? How did you train it? What algorithms you used for training? How was the result validated, if possible?
I'm rarely in Belgrade, so this year is usually 3 times per year. So but I'm first time at a scientific conference, and this is very good question. But I think it is better because now we have. If you are going to the dinner, I will explain it. It's not problem because my students say it's not problem when the professor go test, but when go test, then means that it's too late. So I will explain now when we finish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, because you care of the coffee break.
Someone needs.
Yes, but I'm so sorry, we are in late pretty much, so we'll have only 5 minutes break. So after that we will continue. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for still being here. This is the last session. And before we have our social event later in the evening,
I would like to start with the last session on artificial intelligence and with our first presenter, Vishak Dadi. He will be talking about artificial intelligence, enhanced virtual reality for health and safety training in construction. So Vishak, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
If you need the presenter, it's here, so you can use it.
I'll use the keyboard.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello. Can everyone hear me, or do I need the mic?
Do you have mic here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm the only one who doesn't need mic.
Thank you very much, Vishak Dadi, and on behalf of the whole team that the name is on top, I'll be presenting some of the work that we have been doing on artificial intelligence, enhanced virtual reality for health and safety training in construction. I will try to keep this presentation short but interactive, just so that actually it sort of give you an overview of what we are doing, and also if you need more detail, please do check the paper that hopefully you'll get access to. So before I dive into the topic itself, just to explain why we are doing it, I want to just give an introduction of about us. So VLab, a company founded by Dr. Vladimir Vikovic, who is one of your team now. So it's a smart engineering, technology, and energy consultancy. And our primary focus is about commercialization of academic research, developments of tools and processes for the net zero economy, and we do provide engineering and energy consultation. We are based in the northeast of England, and as you can see from the map on the left side, I've indicated it so it makes a bit more sense where we are based. And we work in a number of areas, and that includes energy, digital engineering, but a bit more focus on also on different technological side, digital twin, extended reality, aerial survey, Internet of Things, as well as artificial intelligence. And as a company, we work in collaboration with a number of organizations of different types. That includes other SMEs, academic institutions, research institutions, and other organizations. So to introduce, give you an introduction why, what I'll be showing you later, why do we need it. This is a brief introduction, so it quite relates to what we have been talking about since the beginning of this whole conference. There has been a lot of focus about the learning, but this is slightly different. It's about training, but still there's that element of learning that is needed. So as it stands now, just in 2024, just in the first few months, in the UK, 51 incidents were reported about health and safety, and from that, 36% were reported from falling from heights. And there has been a big increase over the years from what you can see from the data in terms of fatalities and health and safety issues. And that's just one statistic from one country, the UK. However, over the world, it's the same issue. Some countries have more death rates due to health and safety issues. And as you can see on the map on the right side, gives you quite some illustration. So on the Europe side, still there has been some progress, but then comes Asia, Africa, the top of the world. Still there's a big issue when it comes to health and safety, and that means all the stakeholders needs to have firstly the right information so that they know what to do, when to do it, and make sure that they are safe while in construction. The problem happens currently, of course, there are some training about health and safety, just to make sure that they know how to deal with different events in the construction site. However, as there has been so many talk about the way people learn, if you just try to do a test and then try to remember those things, it's not always you remember it. And telling from my personal experience, 1 month ago I did a test, health and safety, and probably I remember only 50–60% of that. And that must be for many other people as well. And therefore our traditional method of how we are learning about health and safety, when it's critical, it's a question of life and death, it's not the right approach, and we need to change, we need to adopt new approaches. And with innovation in technologies, that gives opportunity for us to try new things, try to do it in new ways, and that's where comes virtual reality. A way to be able to work in a virtual environment. However, only on virtual, it's alone, it's not enough. And with enhanced by AI, that gives a new platform, a new way, a new approach to enhance those training by personalizing those experiences and trying to make it more immersive so that the people, the learners, the people getting trained, they do remember better than just remembering from a book or somewhere. So what I'll be showing you in a bit is to develop that actually the AI-based VR tool. There was a project, or there's still a project which is continuing, called SafeSide. And SafeSide was, the full name was AI-based health and safety training in offshore construction. So the focus was for offshore. However, there was some more work we are doing in the last slide that I will talk about. So that's for offshore. Offshore is quite a growing industry at the minute, with more and more offshore construction, with turbines construction and different things happening. And those other environments, you don't always get access, or there's less possibility of trying things and learning from your mistakes. So when you're working there, you want to make sure that your staff, all the construction workers are trained, knows how to deal with different scenarios, and by that you're saving lives. So it's a question of life and death. So what we have in this project, we are creating immersive health and safety training. So it's in 3 different stages. Well, firstly, the infrastructure is surveyed. So rather than you going and trying to train in some random infrastructure that later on, when you go to the actual site, is different, then that creates some complication. So what if you train in the actual site where you'll be working? So first stage of that is actually surveying those infrastructures and then creating that VR environment. And that VR environment is enhanced using different scenarios, different approaches, and those are AI enhanced environment. And then finally, the first stage is you go and you do your training. So the bigger picture of that is, I talk about the scanning. So the scanning can be done at the minute with using a 3D camera. So based on that, you create a scan model or a digital twin or a digital shadow, how you can call it. And that model using is enhanced in the VR environment, so virtual reality environment. And then it can have the trainer voice, which is AI algorithm for trainer voice, for chatbots, training scenarios, what are the different training scenarios that will be integrated there, and all the different health and safety drill. And once that is added to the model, then you have your environment, and then you can use your different headsets and different tools that you have to go through the training. And what we were working on, we're trying to make sure that it aligns to the standards and to what is the actual practice at the minute. So much of what was being developed was aligned to the global WIN organization guidelines and training, so to make sure what is developed is kind of the standard. So just to give a timeline, innovation don't happen overnight, so it takes a bit of time. And the start of that work was around August 2023, where the SafeSide project started, and then there was a development happening from after the first feasibility study was done, so it was still some of the work being done. And now at the minute we are working on the safe side too, which is actually making it happen. So I already talked a lot about what it is about what we are trying to do, but rather than just trying to explain you with words, which probably you will forget after some time, let me show you actually the video once you wear a headset, which is something like this, and it's me wearing a headset. Once you wear it, how you will see the actual environment. So here, of course, you move around the options, trying to open the app as you do on your mobile phone or any other device. And here, once you have opened the device, you are in your virtual environment that has been created model.
And dry chemical fire extinguishers.
And then, as you can hear, very low volume, it's the trainer that is talking to you. So it's a virtual trainer that has some AI algorithm to it that enhances what it's saying. It's showing about the different fire awareness modules. So that's one of the modules from the global wind organization about the fire awareness. Which are those fire extinguishers you need to choose for what. And while in the VR environment, if you're getting a training where it's explaining you what is needed, how to do it, and as the training, you go through those different drills. You first get the explanation, then you go through the drills. For example, now the person is trying to hold the right one, which is the correct one for that particular drill.
To ensure a confident and safe response to fire emergencies. Now select the correct fire extinguisher and stop the fire.
So once you have selected it, there's a fire at the back there that you can see, and this is AI generated as well, so that is happening, the fire is happening, so now you need to make sure you choose the correct fire extinguisher and try to go and turn off the fire. And in the VR route, you have to do it. So as you can see, the person has turned off the fire, and that's one of the drills. So the project was in the feasibility stage, and that was created at that time. That shows how it works, and that's the first step of it. So just to show you again in a bit of more, a few screenshots if you don't have the chance to see it from the videos, it was quite small. But that's the trainer talking to you with different scenarios, what needs to be done in training. And then you have your actual drill that in this case was the fire. And then you're trying to find the right fire extinguisher to turn it off. So some of the key outcomes from that very initial development is enhanced efficiency in terms of trying to get the training to actually acquire those skills. So rather than reading a lot, trying to learn it, trying to memorize, actually practicing it, being in the environment, and having a fire in front of the person will make them remember. The engagement, of course, it's higher because it's not just you're looking at things where you don't actually know how it's happening. Actually, it's happening in front of you. So people are usually more engaged, realistic simulation happening. And it's realistic, but it's risk-free. So rather than putting a person actually on fire and trying to do that, we are doing virtually, it's risk-free. But it's giving sort of the same experience. And in terms of its applicability, so in this part we are working with the offshore construction. However, its application goes beyond that, and that's just a start. So the case study that I talked about, I did show was from offshore. However, the next step, what we are already working on, we have two ongoing further work on that called Safe Side 2. So what has been done in the feasibility stage, so we are trying to make it real with more scenarios, more modules, so that it's a complete package. So that's Safe Side 2. However, the problem it's not just in the offshore construction, it's in the whole construction industry. And if we have the solution to make sure we can save people's life, we have to do it.
And that's the Safe Extend project, which looks at a bigger picture, the construction industry. So looking from a similar perspective, but a more detailed one. But that's some of the ongoing work. So thank you very much for listening. I tried to keep it as short as possible.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, okay, there is. Vladimir Jovanovic, yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Vladimir Jovanovic from Metropolitan University. Just one question. Have you had an opportunity to test this solution with people or workers who are 50 plus, meaning 50 years, age of 50 years and a bit more?
So you're trying to say they are not used to technology and they will find it difficult to adapt to new technologies?
No. We had another example regarding the solutions in VR. So I was just thinking maybe to compare your experience with our experience.
So as I was mentioning, it was in a feasibility stage. The testing that has been done is limited, so we did not go to that detail of trying to find different age group and trying to do different testing. But as digitalization is increasing, I think it can be suitable with some more training perhaps, but it should be applicable to all age group.
Okay. I have a question as well. Have you ever compared results, for example, results of efficiency between VR training versus results of on-site training with this particular thing?
Not yet. So as I was showing, so the initial phase of the project was the feasibility study, and I think for a feasibility study, a lot of work was already done and created. However, there is more validation that needs to be done. So efficiency, when we talk about those initial outcomes, were based on observation of the testing. However, more work should be done to actually know the percentage of efficiency, how is it quicker, and those are what should be done in the other projects that we are following up on that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are excellent lecturer.
Thank you.
He's excellent PhD. Our professor, Professor Vladimir, is a super advisor.
I do agree with you 100%.
Greetings, your PhD. Question for you. What is important and influence artificial intelligence in health system, MR, magnetic resonance, endocrinology, epidemiology, etc. in medicine system? Thank you very much.
I think your question is very detailed, and probably I don't have all the answers. But what is most important for me is to save people's lives, and that's the project about. But maybe Dr. Mikovic, do you want to add anything on that?
Maybe we can have further discussion.
Please discussion medicine system. Specific magnetic resonance, resonance-based specific endocrinology, gastroenterology, cardiology, oncology. System oncology is very important artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Probably
yes, after
discussion.
After discussion, doctor. After discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there? I suppose there aren't Any questions?
Fine,
Yes, we can move on. Okay, now let me invite our next speaker. It's me, Daniela Ljubojević. That's me. So let me just prepare my presentation first of all. After these important issues such as health and safety, I'm going to something more, let's say, easy. So student feedback on the effectiveness of ChatGPT for essay writing. So I will be dealing with ChatGPT as part of artificial intelligence, with the writing, with students. So it's not so an important thing for health and safety. It is important for the health of the teachers when they get so many essays generated by ChatGPT, and they're going towards, let's say, a slow nervous breakdown. But I think we will just decipher some of the mysteries about ChatGPT and essay writing, and how can teachers, as a matter of fact, recognize ChatGPT written assignments. So I'm Daniela Ljubojević. I'm research associate at the Institute for Educational Research in Belgrade here, and I've been dealing with technology in education for, let's say, more than a decade. My topic today, well, this is the outline. The outline is, you know, like an ordinary article, so it will be something about my research, methodology of research, results, discussion, and conclusion. So, you know, a little bit of a scientific approach to this presentation, that I hope it won't be boring as a scientific article can be. So, the first topic that comes to this is about essay writing. So I'm obsessed with essay writing because everything is about writing nowadays, especially in English. And when it comes to essay writing, it is critical for language learning, but not only for language learning, you know, like structures, vocabulary, etc., but also for critical thinking. And critical thinking nowadays is very important with our students, how to deal with it. It's not only about English classes or Serbian classes or mother tongue classes, foreign language classes. It's about writing, you know, piece of writing, discourse writing, in everything. And what I'm particularly interested in is writing with arguments, argumentation, because you always need arguments. When you have a thesis, you have an idea and you have to fight for it. You have your standpoint and you need to have an argument and fight for that argument. Or then if you need to write an essay, they say, okay, yeah, I think that this is important and this is how I will argument to my piece of writing, to my idea. So the theoretical background about this is the classical model of argumentation. In particular, we're referring to Aristotle, believe it or not, because he was the first one who said, if you want to win an argument, then you have you need to have a structure. So it's not just like this, I believe that I'm right. But you need to provide arguments for that. And this model of argumentation says it's usually called sandwich technique, or it's called 1-3-1, meaning introduction, 3 arguments, and then conclusion. So that's the basis for writing, for essays, for emails, for everything. You need to start with something, then to provide 3 facts, 3 arguments, and then to conclude, to sum up, overall, to say it in a nutshell, and so on. And key components of essay writing are not only about argumentation, because it's okay to have a good argument, of course, but you need to structure it, to have a discourse structure. It means that your essay has a structure like introduction, body, conclusion, or 3 paragraphs. argumentation, cohesion and coherence. I know this is really puzzling for maybe many of you because this is linguistically speaking something very specific. It means how sentences are connected. Can you read the text and follow it easily? Can you just, there are some grammatically perfect essays. You cannot follow the thoughts because there is no cohesion, there is no coherence. Cohesion is something that is done with transition signals, linkers, you know, like firstly, secondly, thirdly, then however, furthermore, moreover, that's it. I mean, that's transition, that's cohesion. And coherence is, you know what, if you have a paragraph, one paragraph has one main idea. There is only one main idea, only one topic sentence, only one idea. That's called the principle of unity. So that's it, basically. And then grammar and vocabulary. So I want my students to write argumentative essays or to write persuasive essays and to know how to fight for their arguments. I need them to know this classical model, how to present their arguments, how to structure their essays, and when I give them a topic or if someone is writing about something, then you get ChatGPT generated essays. Are ChatGPT generated essays good enough? Well, no. As a matter of fact, you can see that they cannot follow some things like there is no human touch. You can feel it. You can feel some things, some argumentation missing. And we will see what kind of argumentation. Last year, I dealt with teachers. So I gave them some ChatGPT generated essays. I wanted them to assess those essays and to tell me what they think about them. This year, I've been dealing with students. I wanted them to tell me what they think of ChatGPT generated essays. And in which way? My research was, research question was, how do third-grade grammar school students perceive the impact of ChatGPT on improving their essay writing? And improving their essay writing is something that is very important here because in the first phase of my research, they wrote essays in class with their teacher and they could not have help of computers, phones, etc. And then they had to write the essay with the help of ChatGPT. The same topic. I just told them, okay, now go home and send me a perfect essay for you. What do you think a perfect essay is? You can use ChatGPT. And they used it, and I wanted to see, was there any improvement? Could they choose those elements that are really, really important? And in what specific areas of essay writing, you know, as a language teacher, I'm always obsessed with essay writing. Is it organization or argument development or vocabulary or grammar? What do they feel the ChatGPT contributes the most? So their perspective on the improvement. My methodology was, I had only 22 participants from high school in Belgrade, grammar school. 12 females, 10 males. They were of different tracks, natural science and social and linguistic. I wanted to deal a little bit with correlation analysis, but then I gave up because I think that's, I mean, the sample was not good enough for that. It was convenient sampling, and they had questionnaire, and they gave me their perceptions of ChatGPT. My questionnaire was in the last phase, because the first phase was writing an essay in class, then they wrote it at home, and after they sent it, they had to deal with this questionnaire. I used Excel for data analysis and adding chart expo for Excel because I find it really, really nice for visualization of data, and you will see. This was my instrument. This was my structured questionnaire consisting of 15 Likert scale statements. My statements were grouped based on key areas for essay writing. So discourse structuring, meaning essay structure, cohesion and coherence, argumentation, and lexical diversity and grammatical accuracy. I had only 2 items, indicators for this analysis. I won't go through these statements because I think they're not so important at this moment. So results were grouped based on these key areas, and now I will briefly go through my results and tell you something what I found out even last year when I had my research with teachers. So this was generated through chart expo for Excel. As you can see, this is chart representing their answers on discourse structuring. Here is overall result for all 5 questions. And as you can see, there is generally positive perception when it comes to discourse structuring. The only thing that is really, really missing here is ChatGPT students think that ChatGPT could not meet the word count requirements. And last year, it's the same thing we discovered with the teachers. It simply cannot follow that instruction, and with English language teachers, it's very, very important when we say write an essay in 240 to 260 words. And that's very important in essay writing because it makes you to think about everything that is important, not to have duplicates, not to use the same words or structures. You really have to say something only once, let's say. ChatGPT is not for that. Word limit, no. But when it comes to, for example, ChatGPT helped me improve my essay organization, yeah, basically, they think it really helped them. It helped them, you can see that 68% of them think that using ChatGPT helped them use some general sentences at the very beginning. We call that background information, because when you start writing an essay, you start with something like background information. And then you do something called funneling, meaning going to the main point in the paragraph. You only need 3 sentences for that. A general sentence, a more specific, and then topic sentence. And this, well, I mean, even for emails, that's valid even for emails. You don't start with the specific point. You always say, oh, Howard, I hope you're doing well. Something like that. Okay. ChatGPT has helped me to start each paragraph in my essay with a clear idea, positive, and then to write conclusions, to summarize the main ideas, also positive. To sum up, when it comes to this area of essay writing, only word limit is not good enough according to the students' opinions. Everything else is perceived rather positively when it comes to helping them how to have better essays. Argumentation. Overall, well, we can see that it's like 46% of positive reactions. Yes, it helped them in a way overall. But look at this, 37% of not quite sure about this. And why is that? Well, look at here. Help me formulate a main thesis and clearly define the focus of the topic. No, it can't. I mean, ChatGPT does not know what you want to write about. You need to provide the focus of your research, of your essay. I mean, it cannot read your mind. And to help me elaborate on the opposite or different opinion, saying 36%, 41% supporting arguments, neutral. So overall, it is like 46% positive opinion, positive perceptions of ChatGPT when it comes to argumentation. However, we must not neglect this part with 30, almost the same percent. I mean, not almost, but they are. And ChatGPT helped me to express my personal view or opinion in the conclusion. Only 18% of students said that. This is completely in line with some other research, bigger research, where there is a sample like 200 students and 400 students. It says that ChatGPT cannot provide you with, as I mentioned, it called it human touch, but thought-provoking questions, opinions, opposite opinions. When you give a prompt to instruction to write on a topic, it usually provides you with only supporting arguments, not counter-arguments. And in developing critical thinking skills, in essay writing, it is important always to have counter-arguments. So that's important for critical thinking. To say that something, okay, this is supporting argument, but this is the opposite argument. Opposite argument is something that ChatGPT cannot generate in the first phase. Cohesion and coherence, overall perception is quite positive, and the students think it helps them a lot. I won't go into detail. Grammar, definitely. So ChatGPT should really be used for correcting grammatical correcting. So it means that what's the implication for teachers as well? I mean, teachers can always refer to ChatGPT for grammar correction. That's a good thing. And for vocabulary, lexical diversity, richness, it's, you see, overall perception very positive. And last year with teachers, we concluded that as well. So it is a helpful tool. I won't be long. It is a helpful tool for improving various dimensions of students' writing. Strengths, grammar, vocabulary, even discourse structure, even structuring. But when it comes to thesis formulation, personal opinion expression, it cannot provide it well as a human can. It needs a human guidance in critical thinking tasks, and definitely that's, at the moment, that's limitation that ChatGPT or artificial intelligence has. But I think that it will always have, because that's what makes us human, that critical thinking, that human touch. So you simply cannot tell artificial intelligence that, okay, write me an essay that's both for and against or something like that. I mean, it needs a prompt from us. It cannot do it by itself because it's something that is human-like. So in conclusion, it is effective in some technical aspects, but less effective in personal or reflective tasks. I think that in future research, I think next year, I should be dealing with better artificial intelligence integration with traditional teaching, and I believe that it should be integrated, because I think that there is no point in neglecting technology, because technology is here with us, and students, pupils, when I say pupils, I mean small children are using it, and our task is to teach them how to use it properly, to enhance learning, to make this experience, learning experience, better, to make it faster. You know, that's the idea of pedagogy, to make it faster. Everything that can be learned in 10 years with technology, pedagogy, with teaching is learned in a year or two, or something like that. So I think that really it should be integrated with traditional teaching and learning. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. I won't be bothering you much with this. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Okay. Because I believe we are all hungry.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you for a basic presentation about something that's actually in the field of education today.
Yeah, I'm always in the field of
how to stimulate, how to work with students or pupils, and how to actually give them an obvious task that can show them what aspects of AI tools can be useful to them. It's like I struggle with double consonants in English when it comes to spelling all the time, and I always check up with like AI, obviously AI tool to check my spelling, and it's just a really, really amazing example of how to actually engage with students or to apply, to help them understand how to apply those tools.
Yeah, I think that teachers must be aware of the limitations of the tool. Yeah, because ChatGPT can do a lot. It can help you a lot. For example, I think I've become a much better researcher and scientist because of ChatGPT. Not because I copied the text from ChatGPT, but I asked questions and I kept searching for answers. In that way, I constructed my own knowledge. You know, it was like a partner. ChatGPT was a partner on my way to becoming a better researcher or teacher or whatever. And I'm always aware of the limitations of the tool because it's a tool, and I think teachers should be aware of it and know how to apply it. So, yeah.
Well, as this is a foreign language course, you have to check whether a student knows the grammar, for instance, and if he chooses ChatGPT and send you ChatGPT improvement of his essay, how can you have any assessments of his knowledge of grammar?
Well, yeah. When assessing essays, grammar is not in the focus of assessment because there are some other ways of assessing grammar. There is no need to assess grammar when you assess essay writing because the aim of essay writing is to teach students how to organize their thoughts, their ideas in a structured way and to convey the message flawlessly.
Even in this area, chat is very good. So again, how you can check as a student?
You as a student, well, you just provide an input. For example, can you please? I always say please to ChatGPT. Can you please check this sentence, grammatically check this sentence for me? And it does that. But the thing is, when students write something, they either copy or write it all by themselves. If they copy, there is always, that sentence is somehow always clinging, you know, it does not belong there. So they have to think about it, how to link it to the previous part of the text. So I don't think ChatGPT is good for I mean, I think it is good, but when teachers assess essays, they should not focus on grammar. Because I've even thought about it when I was a student, a little bit of a digression, but when I was a student, we had those translation classes, etc. And we were not allowed to use dictionaries at all. So we had exam, and the exam was, like you get a piece of paper and you write a translation of a literary text on paper. And you should know all the words, all the things that come up in a literary text of Ivo Andrić, for example. I remember the word dežmenkasti. I mean, I didn't know that word even in Serbian, and they didn't allow us use dictionary. I cannot. Sorry?
Is it Paji?
I am not quite sure. It's a short person. Yeah, something like, yeah.
Sorry.
The point is, there is no point in that. I mean, I do not know if there is, I believe that there is no translator in this world who does not use a dictionary. It doesn't make them, him or her, a bad translator. There is not a person, for example, who writes something. Why he or she couldn't use technology to help him? I mean, it is not about academic integrity. If you know the most important things about writing, about expressing thoughts, about ideas, organizing ideas, etc., I think that technology can help you a lot. And it should help you, because what matters is communication. So a piece of essay is a piece of writing that is for communication, intended for communication. I do not want to impede my communication with some things like grammar, vocabulary, etc. There is something else that can be used in teaching for assessing vocabulary, or grammar, like a grammar test, or communicative grammar test. But essay writing, no. I mean, that's my point of view. I always remember, like translating without a dictionary. No. I don't approve of that. Not approved. If you know that TikTok. Not approved. And I use ChatGPT. I even paid for it. I mean, I like it, yeah.
So just to be clear, you did this research on an English essay writing.
Yeah, in English, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's important to mention maybe the results will not be the same for Serbian essay writing, right?
It won't be the same because there is something weird going on with Serbian language teachers. They do not have this approach to writing and to essay writing because their essays are more of a creative ones, like Jesen je stigla u naš grad. Autumn has just come to our town. So they do not, the first time I met this argumentation and paragraph writing and how to paragraph structuring, I was in the second year of my studies when we had the course called paragraph structuring. So this is typical of Anglo-Saxon approach to teaching and learning. In Serbian, that's not the case. Yeah. And that's why I believe that's one of the reasons our students in Serbian cannot write well. Because, for example, when they have their thesis, they cannot provide sound argumentation. They cannot provide you with main idea, topic, sentence, thesis statement. It makes them really, it's difficult for them because they are not taught how to deal with this. I don't know why. I mean, Serbian school is a little bit weird. I mean, Serbian language. Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm a mother of 4 kids. And I think that it's, whenever they say, oh, we have a sastav, composition, to write for homework, I say, oh my God, I won't be home tomorrow. Because it's, I don't know what they expect from expectations. There are no rules. There are no, for example, I have, you see, this instrument was based on my scale on what to assess when reading essays. And it was not random. It was something that I've been developing for years. I did my PhD in academic writing. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. So I've been developing it for many years. And then, you see, for example, my question as a teacher would be, in my checklist would be, does this essay have a good structure with introduction, body paragraphs, and conclusion? If yes, then it's 3 points. Do they follow word limit? Yes or no? To use general, are there general sentences at the very beginning that give a good background information about the topic? So I have a checklist as a teacher. So that checklist has been just, let's say, transferred to this opinion questionnaire, opinion statement questionnaire about what they think it helped them about. So, yeah, that's basically it.
I mean, the other comment I had, I mean, are you absolutely sure that ChatGPT cannot provide counter-arguments? Have you actually asked ChatGPT to provide counter-arguments?
Yes, but you need specifically to ask for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, everything, and the word limit, I mean, it still cannot adhere to a word limit.
No, the word limit.
Yeah, but you need to ask for it. But you know what's behind it? I mean, students must be aware of it, that they should ask for counter-arguments. And that's the role of the teacher. So when we have classes, I should teach them what's the structure, what's the good argumentation. So there's that human touch. So I cannot be, well, let's say, I cannot be, I cannot go away from the classroom, like replaced. Cannot be replaced in that way. And there is a saying that if a technology can replace a teacher, it should. So if a teacher isn't good enough to provide students with something that is human-like, that is better than technology, yeah, he or she should be, they should be replaced with technology. Okay, so you have to specifically ask for these things. Okay, are we hungry? Thank you for your interesting questions. And now let's go to our next speaker, Nemanja Zdrakovic. He will be talking about learning data visualization in Python using an auto-grading and feedback system. Nemanja, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, hello to everyone again. Okay. I'll try to be as brief as possible.
Thank you.
It's almost dinner time, so I will just present what, first of all, the first author, Nikola, has been doing, because he has been in auto-grading systems for over, I think, 3 or 4 years now. He is now our PhD student and teaching assistant, and it's something similar what we've done in the past. I know some of the faces here I recognize should probably know some of the key points that I will be talking about today. But our third co-author, Professor Ponusami from SRM IST from Chennai in India, he actually gave us an idea for this extension to Nikola's auto-grading systems as he developed. Just a quick background, Professor Ponusami had a workshop last semester on data visualization, although it was in R, programming language, and we got a lot of positive feedback, and that gave us an idea to see if we can use Nikola's auto-grading systems to learn data visualization. And since we're learning Python, as well, one of the languages here, and it's easy to use the libraries in Python for data visualization. We wanted to integrate that in this work. So a quick outline. So another introductory slide, a need to learn data visualization, because we have, well, we've noticed the trend of data analysis and data scientists is on the rise. So we actually incorporate a lot of our elective subjects in the third and fourth year of our Faculty of Information Technology here on data science. Of course, one of the courses is data analytics, so data visualization is a neat topic. I will give some brief pointers about auto-graders, how they evolved and where are they now, and our auto-grader model. There's something missing, and some summary and discussion. So I found some articles, both scientific and both non-scientific articles relating to the need for data visualization. Something from I don't know, University of Las Vegas, then Forbes, and so forth. And generally speaking, there is a rising trend of a need for jobs that require skills in data visualization, not just the typical data analyst, data sciences, but now we have business intelligence and so forth. So there is a real need in the job market for these kind of skills. I looked at Google Trends to see, this is a job search for data analysts and data scientists. We can see data scientists. So in the last few years, there has been a rise to the job market for these kinds of people with these kinds of skills. So our conclusion was, okay, we have some sort of prototype for an auto-grading system that we plan to integrate in our overall learning management system one day, hopefully. That's what Nicola promised. And we'll see where we go. So, as I said, we've the most common language that we use is Java, of course, but also, as I said, we have Python, and I've added here in this TOVIS list our most popular MATLAB as well, because a lot of other engineering schools, including the ones from India, they use a lot of MATLAB as well. R is not in the first version. But we wanted to focus, because we already have systems related to Java and Python for auto-graders, to see, okay, how can we incorporate this, but just have it on data visualization. So, for those of you who haven't been in the last, 3 or 4 years on this conference, what are auto-graders? They are just programs that should help teachers or teaching staff to reduce their workload, to, well, as the name says, automatically grade student assignments, so the teaching staff don't have to do it manually. It really helps a lot, especially if you have classes with a lot of students. So early auto-graded programs, they go back, I think, 30 years or something. They were simple, rule-based, I think. So they will be only able to check very simple programming assignments. And it will just give an answer, passed or not passed, or correct and incorrect. It was, checking a strict set of successive instructions written by the student, and usually, again, it's 30-some years ago, it only supported procedural programming paradigm. Now, this is not the case. We are now talking about the third generations of auto-graders, which can give us more insight, and even intelligent auto-graders, which can give us, as we mentioned before, where are the students wrong and how to improve. So, the current generation emerge, of course, with the rise of technologies such as high-speed internet, modern web development technologies, and so forth. Why is this important? Because a lot of off-the-shelf solutions exist, and technologies such as cloud technologies and so forth can bring autograders or their compilers or interpreters on the web. So a web app can be hosted on a server with just a UI given to the student, similar to the UI of an IDE, and then we have the auto advantages. So we don't have a hardware requirement for the machine itself where the student is doing the tasks. Programs can be written in browser, so there's an editor there. There's no need to install a specific version of an interpreter or compiler depending on the language, so the advantages are really great. And of course, when we're talking about integrating that into some kind of learning system, there is no need for an external IDE. However, there are some disadvantages. Of course, the main one being because it's connected to a server, it requires an internet connection, and that raises some different questions. For example, okay, what if I can just open another tab and ask ChatGPT or something? So our proposed systems or group of systems reflect something that we are starting to incorporate here at Belgrade Metropolitan University because, well, as I said, it's an extension of a previously implemented autograder, but now with some improved functionalities for data visualization. When Nicola started, I think he started even before I came here, he developed a Java autograder. It was called Java Online Editor, or Joe, like a cup of Joe. And then we started working how to extend that. So from that simple concept, well, a relatively simple concept, we developed a Python integrator, we developed a Kotlin autograder, we even published a paper in a journal for that, and last year we've presented an extension to this with functional programming. Of course, this also supports object-oriented paradigms and so forth, but now we want to focus on data visualization. So, as I said, started with the Java autograder, and then we expanded. Here are some of our references. Now, this is a mock-up of the workflow. As I said, because we teach our students Python in the first semester, if we want to extend that to learn a library or a tool for data visualization, we will start, for instance, with some kind of test to confirm these Python prerequisites. Then they will be given in a course of a week or several weeks, depending on the tool or the library, some kind of data visualization tools given in, because we have our LMS with multimedia, both text and audio, videos and so forth, self-assessments, and then we want to include code examples and homework or self-assigned additional examples. And then, as was stated before, in order to keep track of how students progress, there should be an assessment to keep track of everything that's been going on. And one of the what we want to do, as it was mentioned before by Professor Tomasit, this leveling to have something that is absolutely needed in order to pass the exam. Here is just labeled type 1, so this would be some kind of easy to medium difficulty assignment, maybe with some added code, and then the student will just have to identify a line of code which is wrong, or add some kind of lines of code, of course relating to data visualization here, or maybe depending on the type of data which is given, choose the correct type of graph which is needed to be shown. And assessment type 2, this would be something for the normal students that we have. This is a medium to hard assignment, and it says the student writes from scratch. So providing the student passed this type, there should be hopefully no problem if the student passed successfully the first level, then it should be no problem to pass something, an assessment from scratch to a more similar but a more difficult problem. And again, only when the student passes everything that he or she has to pass, then it goes to next lesson. If not, the idea is to, okay, bring a loop, okay, and take the exam or test assessment again. So, okay, this is, Nicola provided the presentation, but this is, I think, from the object-oriented screenshot. Nevertheless, okay. After each of the topic assessments, as I said, the auto-graded system should inform the students if they passed all the current topics successfully. It looks similar, but several tests are given, and it says, okay, it passed, it didn't pass, and okay, this is a current result, but the idea, and I will get it into future work, is to have this explainable side to see, okay, if some test is not passed, it should say, okay, this is why you didn't pass, because you've chosen the wrong type of graph, for instance, a pie chart instead of a bar graph or something, because this is the data, this type of data is more suited for a pie chart rather than a bar graph, and so on. And the idea is to have this implemented, hopefully, in our custom learning management system, and it would, again, reflect on the learning analytics that we talked about today. Yeah, just to conclude, the idea is, because we're already developing more and more complex learning management system to be interactive, as I said, web-based. This addition for the auto-grader should be web-based as well. As I said, it should be advanced, encouraging students to think about the problem, and it should be, well, something similar to existing solutions like Codecademy, HackerRank, and so forth. Hopefully, in the future, we can expand to other visualization tools depending on needs. First, we're focusing on Scala because it's in Java, but maybe later on, for instance, in master courses, R, or maybe even MATLAB or Octave or something like that. And with that, I would thank you. Hopefully, I didn't take a lot of your time. If there are any questions, yes, Professor.
Sorry for taking a short time, but you have type 1 and type 2 assessments of a program. In my opinion, that type 2 should not include the writing of all programs.
Okay.
Because not it's not the focus. The focus should be the same, but the different difficulty level.
Yeah.
So this is my suggestion that you think about this, because the second thing, as far as I know, our development team is developing now our own testing system, because you have to go from object to object.
Yeah.
So you integrate this, what they do. So these are two suggestions.
That's the idea. As I said, Nicola promised that he will integrate these auto-graders in our existing system. So I will push him to contact.
Well, it should be very nice to have it.
Yeah, it would be a complete system then.
Because assessments is the bottleneck.
Yeah.
And if we automate this and give explanation to students, I think Pearson has such a system that immediately tells you what is wrong with your code and so on. So it's a very good one. So to have something like that.
There are, the people here are from JetBrains, they have similar system, I think.
Yeah.
They told us last year when, why weren't we incorporating their solutions? And as I said, we wanted to make something that would be incorporated in our LMS, but for the individual courses, of course, students can use some systems.
Well, because our LMS system cannot be used for this purpose, that's why our development team is now developing our own testing system.
And Nico should give them insights or not. I hope he will join them in some form or another, because he's been doing this for some time now.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe there are no more questions. Suggestive. Okay, and our last speaker for today is Mina Stevanovic from Belgrade Metropolitan University. He will be talking about game-based learning, interaction in virtual reality games using the virtual reality headsets.
Thank you. I will be short because this presentation just present just basic things from the full paper. Full paper provide a little more deeper insight into these topics. Just to make this, I can see, here it is. So first we need to define what is game-based learning. That is an innovative approach, educational approach that integrates elements of game and play into the learning process. Historically, play is closely associated with human development, but also with animals also, because we and the animals the learning occurs through play. The full paper present really the theories like from Johann Huizinga and Carl Gustav Jung, who present the importance of play in the educational. The paper is from 3 parts. First is theoretical models. There is discussion and theories related to game-based learning, particularly from the renowned authors such as James Paolucci. The next part of the paper is the practical application of game-based learning into real virtual reality games, and the third part is about headsets and the latest generation of VR headsets like Apple Vision Pro and Meta Quest 3. Defining terms, first who defined this term is Johann Huizinga in his book Homo Ludens. He articulated the relationship between play and human culture as the most meaningful activity in the human development, and with that, through play we acquire some essential life skills through simulation and interaction with other people or the object of the play or the object of the learning. Some influential theories that are also mentioned in the full paper are James Paolucci, his principles on how games foster deep learning through immersion and engagement. Next we have Mikhail Csikszentmihalyi and his the concept of flow, where here is the state of flow after Csikszentmihalyi. To be in the state of flow, we need to have a high skill level, and the challenge level also needs to be high. This concept is also known as the magic circle in some other works of other researchers. Next we have Lev Vygotsky, his introduction to the concept of zone of proximal development. It's similar like the state of flow or the magic circle. So next we need to define the difference between game-based learning and gamification. The GBL is the represent complete games with educational outcome, while gamification applies game-like mechanics elements to non-game context to enhance engagement. So this is the main difference between these two terms. The holistic view underlines the depth of the GPL and its potential beyond singular gameplay. some essential principles for this method of learning. It's that the game design must ensure active engagement. Players should be actively involved in the learning environment. Next, we need to have, games need to provide constant feedback to foster interaction and adaptability with the learning process. And at the end, we need to have the meaningful experiences that games should provide, enriching experience that resonate with players and enhance their cognitive engagement. There is some effective strategies for implementing the GBL. Some of them is, as I also mentioned, is foster collaboration among students through team-based challenges, encourage exploration and critical thinking by allowing players to make decisions that affect gameplay outcomes, and also integrate evaluation and assessment that are embedded within the game to measure ongoing learning. This is a model of Magic Circle by Plus. This Magic Circle also is a universal thing among the researchers in the game development field. First, we need to have challenge, response, and feedback. And these three steps provide this magic state of flow, or sort of, state of to be in this magic circle, to be in this activity of play. There is some examples of game-based learning. We heard like 3 presentations before with the colleague who was first in this session. Next, we have the Minecraft education edition, how it encourages creativity and problem solving in virtual world. Next, we have simulation and medical training. These games are the most common in the VR educational field. Next, we have LinkedIn Lab Second Life. It's a really old game from this field, and its application for education and how it creates immersive learning environment. So we can create our avatar inside this game and simulate different scenes from real life. There is some potential barriers in this field. First of all is technological limitation, because of the cost of VR headsets and in the infrastructure needs for the support of game-based learning. Next is teacher training, needs for educators to be trained in effectively integrating these game-based methods into the curriculum. And last of these potential barriers is content development challenges in producing quality educational content that is both engaging and educational within games. Virtual reality education games are especially designed to leverage the immersive capabilities of virtual reality for teaching. This game provides learners with lifelike scenarios from real life, while ensuring safety and risk-free exploration. Example includes simulation that allows students to interact with the dangerous materials in controlled simulated environment. There is some some steps for educational games. First, we need to have overall objective, define broad goals of the assessment and competence aiming to be acquired. We need to have learning outcomes, specify the knowledge and skills expected from the learning activities. We need to have game tasks, implement interactive tasks that require collaboration in realistic scenarios, and at the end we need to have scoring metrics, develop tools for measuring students' knowledge and performance within the game context. This is the game-based assessment framework. Future of game-based learning emerging trends is, of course, artificial intelligence in creating personalized game experiences adapted to individual learning bases and styles, increasing focus on hybrid learning models. We combine in-person and online environments, so we can have this online teaching and also in the classroom. The growing use of analytics and big data to assess student performance and improve game design in educational settings. There is some, also in the full paper, there is a connection between learning theories with the game design. It's mostly for all that the game theorists need to provide some pedagogical theories to create meaningful learning outcomes. And the importance of iterative design process in developing educational games need to meet the learning methods also. Some of the role of educators in game-based learning need to be that the traditional teaching role needs to facilitators of learning experience within the games, to shift from the traditional learning methods, strategies for guiding student engagement and maintaining motivation, importance of feedback and reflecting of learning process as student interacts with the game, which is probably the most important thing. Next, we need to have the community around this game, most for all because of the collaboration inside these virtual worlds. These online platforms allow sharing experiences and insights related to GBL practices. Here is some technology in learning advancement in the most for all the VR headsets. There is the last generation of VR headsets such as Apple Vision Pro and Meta Quest 3, which elevate user experiences and interaction in education and gaming. They provide enhanced graphics, spatial audio, and responsive control created especially for this learning experience that integrate physical and virtual worlds. Studies indicate that learners using VR engage more deeply with material and achieve better outcomes than those in traditional learning settings. VR facilitates active engagement, allowing students to manipulate their virtual learning environment, and particularly benefits for students with lower motivation levels, showcasing improved performance relative to traditional methods. And for conclusion, game-based learning holds tremendous potential to reshape the educational methodologies by making learning interactive and engaging. The interaction of advanced VR technologies reinforce the immersive nature of learning, leading to enhanced attention and application of knowledge. And the collective work presented illustrates the necessity of effectiveness of utilizing play in education, bridging the gap between theory and practice with innovative technologies.
Well, it's a good lecture. I learned a lot. But I expected a research paper. That means at least implementation of some of this stuff to a subject. For instance, I suggest that you take a course that students hate, such as mathematics.
Or English.
Statistics. Our English is very nice. And using this approach to make it more attractive to students, so that they start learning about mathematics or statistics and so on, especially in management school. So this is what we need when we write a paper. Our own example, how we want to implement something. You are on a program video games, so you can also include on your courses as well. It's the easiest way, I think.
We wanted that for the next conference because we needed the time and approval from you to make some lessons.
Okay.
You got the approval.
This is the first phase. I expected the second phase. So
this is the first just theories and.
Yeah, of course. But next time, give an example. Our own example, and we learn from examples. When we make dirty hands, then we really see what is good, what's not, and so on. So I always prefer do it, and you learn that by doing it. Because when we read it and we just collect, it's a good starting point. But it's not the end. The next phase, implement it. And then improve and improve and improve. So this is the way. So I understand you have no time, but next time.
Next year.
next year this time.
We continue discussion next year. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just a note, we actually have received the funding for the Metropolitan University to develop games, educational games in an escape room. So you're more than welcome to join the project, and you will have the data for the next one.
Oh, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, there aren't questions, I suppose. Okay, thank you very much for being here, for staying this late. Now I invite you all, the authors, to Jelena, to the Escadarlia, for a conference dinner and socializing event. Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.